Thank you, our viewers, and we are coming back to you after yesterday doing 2 hours. We were late because we still yet do not have a moderator, but still our debates and conversations and dialogues must continue. Yesterday we were a little bit late because of the endeavors of life, but we did come and we had a 2 hours conversation. It was about Shabana's win and the future of politics, and also the future of the, the politics of our soccer. And we saw Gusii Stadium filled up with ecstatic fan base because we are trying to revive the soccer of Kenya after a long time. But today we have a very interesting topic because in the aftermath of the Friday Mandamano, finally people converged in churches and people converged in our various kamkunjis, can be a bar, can be, ghettos, can be everywhere, and they are to speak about the way forward. And part of the greatest news today was Cheregai said Raila should be arrested and nothing can happen. And that was the clarion call from most of our people from UDA. But again, the steam within the Azimio is that we must keep up the mandamanos because that's the only way that Ruto and his government are going to listen towards the issue of the cost of living. Now, the whole issue is about the cost of living, the skyrocketing prices of food commodities, the fare, the energy, so on and so forth. So we are here again to converse so as we can ask ourselves, should Raila be arrested for having organized a nationwide demonstration? What will be the impact of Raila's arrest? Will that stop Mwananchi from agitating about the cost of living and the standard of living in this country? Are the politicians privy of what truly most Kenyans are going through, or they're just making political statement? So that is what we have on our table today, and we are inviting our viewers to come in so as we can, as usual, converse and come to consensus on where our country is going on. First and foremost, we want to thank the people already who have entered into our comment section. Cornerstone L, we have Gitash there. Gitash, karibu sana. And we also have Martin Simiu, anasema pamoja, tuko pamoja, nikiwasikiliza nikiwa hapa Nairobi CBD. Wow, yeye yako Nairobi CBD. Yeah, that's nzuri sana. Gitash na yeye pia yuko hapa. Gitash anatuambia Raila should be arrested so Bernard can have something to say. Tafadhali Gitash, wachana na maneno ambayo yako. David Marshall Juma, Gimiwachono, I cannot say it on live, but it's obscene. We are not here to abuse anybody. We are here to have a conversation. Gen Isa Madenge, following live from Oman, Muscat. Habari ya Oman, ndugu yangu. Such a beautiful country. So shukrani sana. Namwona hapa ndugu yangu Mzalendo ameingia, and Mzalendo, habari yako bana?
Nzuri ndugu yangu bwana.
Ingia studio bwana, tuanze show, watu wetu waingie, kwa sababu jana tulianza very late. Watu wetu walikuwa mistreated somewhere, wakakuwa blocked, wakatukanwa, wakafanyiwa nini, na sisi tuko na nyumba yetu hapa. We will not let you down even if we still do not have a moderator. We will give you a platform so that you can air your views, whether people like it or not. And the people who do not want you to air their views, I will say this: go to the nearest hell and jump. People must air their views. Wako na the right here kuandamana, but you also have the right to say what you have to say, and that is why we are here. Habari yako mzalendo ba?
Mzuri kaka, nadhani umekuwa na siku njema. Mimi kama leo ni siku yangu ya kanisani, nilikuwa nimetoka kanisa. Na jana ilikuwa ni siku yako. Thank you for starting the show.
Yes.
It is important that we find a home where we can talk over the weekend or maybe over the week. So there's a lot of development in the political scene. You saw our argument on our page where will Baba take the 10 million signatures. That is the big question. And the assistant, the CS for internal security, has told the police officers to go slow on demonstrators. That's a very, very big plus.
Exactly.
We have never seen anything like that in the previous administrations. They normally go very, very hard on peaceful demonstrators. So we are on the right track, Alex, as I always tell you. Ruto is on the right track. Whether people want to vilify him or do whatever they want to do, I think by and large is on the right trajectory. And issue is more of a transition presidents to a better democracy for our country. Otherwise, asante sana kwa kuanzisha show. Yep.
So before we go far, there was something very interesting, and we have been talking about the politics of Nyanza, and we are coming to Raila, but there are some gestures that tell me that there is some negotiation going on. Today, I saw Irungu Kangata and Gladys Wanga in Homa Bay. Irungu Kangata and Gladys Wanga in Homa Bay. Talk about it.
You know, Irungu Kangata is a governor, yeah? And Gladys Wanga is also a governor. Honorable Gladys Wanga so far set a very good example to other governors to emulate the good manners of handling public funds. And whatever she did in Homa Bay is a plus in many, many ways. So I think every other governor is trying to ask her, hey, how did you hack this? I mean, how should we organize such an event? But we can't rule out that these politicians are talking. It is us, the supporters of various political factions, are going at each other's necks. If you see the comment section, if you see people on the streets, they want to kill each other because of politics. Let us not kill each other because of a politician. You have a life to live, you have a family to run. When you are going angry in your house, Ruto is not going to put some food on the table. You have to wake up very early in the morning and go to your farm. You have to wake up very early in the morning and go to work. If you fail to work or to go to work or you are sacked by your employer, none of these politicians will be out there trying to rescue you. So some of us or somebody out there thinking that politicians are looking up to their interest. Sometimes it is yes, and most of the time is no. They look at their own personal interest, what they are going to gain in politics, especially the politics of our country. Most politicians, majority of them elected in this parliament, have failed in their role. And we have discussed this so many times in this particular show, how politicians have failed in their role to legislate in parliament and to do things which are not very necessary. So to answer your question, Ruto's team is actually talking to Azimio. They might be talking on the background, not in the public, because it might cause a lot of speculation. So to avoid Alex coming with the stories that are neither here or there. They would rather do it quietly and come up with a conclusion. So it is politics, and that is the nature of our politics. Opposition can work in government, government can work with opposition. That is how our politics have been
This is
designed.
what your governor wrote. I join leaders, including my Muranga counterpart, His Excellency Honorable Kangata, at a fundraiser for the construction of a tuition block at Kaswangwa Primary School in Rusinga Island. Education continues to be my top priority for my administration as we believe in unlocking. Now, look, we have 1 week to get our signatures. Did we see the signatures collection? Because this is where we are supposed to get the signatures. Now, you think our supporters are going to be happy that you're meeting Irungo Kangata and we have a timeline to get the 10 million signatures? What does that tell us? Can you expound on that, please?
I think sometimes I would say it could have been, it's just a coincidence. Other times I would say that these are some podium declarations that were never planned. So, you know, as a politician, when you're given the microphone, there are things that you can say that might tie you in a situation that you have to run with. Did Raila mean to say the 10 million signature? I would say yes and no. Was it planned? I think it must have been planned by the team for him to ask for the 10 million signatures. That must have been planned. Was it going to coincide with the Kangata meeting Gladys Wanga? Maybe that meeting was prior to the rally and it had been planned earlier on. These are counterparts. These are governors. They play on the same level, not like these other people. So governors play on the same level. Most of them don't attend mandamanos. I barely see any governor attending the rally, apart from James Orengo, who graced the last the Sabasaba rally. The rest of the governors, they have been shying away from these rallies. Generally because...
Mzalendo, talking about that, when people saw, a few things have been happening in South Nyanza, mostly the Suba area. I saw, you know, an avalanche of castigation of people asking Gladys Wanga to school Agri Orengo on administration and county governance because they asked him, look, you just came to power the other day. There are a lot of things you've done. And these are CIA people who are very mad. They said, should a governor be involved in Mandamano? Should a governor just concentrate in the issue of county governance? Where is the line? Did Orengo do a wrong thing by joining people in Sabasaba while Wanga is busy doing developmental issues? So where is the line here? Should we castigate Orengo for having supported Baba for Mandamano, which was successful, and which we are looking for to make sure that the cost of living and also the standard of living are improving? Or should we allow just the governors to just do developmental issues and administrative issues? Where is the line?
If you ask me about Orengo, I don't think he should be sticking his neck in public regarding the situation in Siaya. That's a head that if it stuck out there in terms of development and how the people of Siaya would perceive him in those rallies, having lost in the Senate and coming up with a chair that is worth 1 million is the last person that we should see in the public domain agitating for anything. I think he should. To me, he has lost the gist in politics. For him, he should concentrate on his backyard Siaya, which is very underdeveloped. That's the other day he was launching a roundabout. People have got very, very good memories, and internet does not lie, my friend. Internet will not lie. So for Rengo appearing in this rally, I think it is too much in a hurry for him to come to at this particular moment, especially when he has done a lot of nothing in Siaya. He should stay back. He should stay back. I think Baba does not need him. Baba needs the people, and he has the people behind his back.
Thank you. I think you finished up classically that right now we don't need politicians. Baba needs the people, and Baba has the people, and I think that should be the connection and proximity that Baba should deal with, not with politicians so far. Omolo, how are you? Long time, brother. Omolo.
Omolo.
Omolo, how are you? Inakaa Omolo hatusikii. Maybe Mzalendo is it me who is not? Omolo, can you hear us?
No, Omolo's mic is off. So put your mic on so that you contribute. Yeah, he's on now.
We can't hear you. Can you just get yourself out of those things first and then you put them later? Looks like they have a problem. Okay, Omolo, as you adjust your gadgets, I don't see where Julius Guru habari yako ndugu yangu, long time. Is it on my side or what?
I'm wondering, Guru, can you pick up your mic and run?
Now I can hear
with
you.
it? Oh, Omolo, asante sana kwa kuja. I mean, now you can give your submission, Mr. Omolo, please. Thank you.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah. You can now give your submission, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Continue talking.
Now? Yes,
continue.
we can.
Can you hear us? Nod with your head if you can hear us. Just nod, say, I can hear you. It's like you have a problem in communication or there's a delay. If you can hear us, Omolo, continue with the conversation. No. This guy is not hearing us.
I can hear, but I think there is a...
Omolo, you need to refresh.
There is a delay on my part, but I'll just continue. Where you cannot hear, you will let me know.
Yeah, continue. There is like a second's delay depending on where you are. So continue.
I think we're having a technical problem, which I'm not sure if Mtombe, you are behind the office. You can actually help us. Julius, can you hear us? Julius, can you hear us? I guess there is an eminent...
okay. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Kuna delay. Habari ya jioni.
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yes. Sasa tunaona wanasema kuwa Baba should be arrested immediately. Cheregai had a very stern warning to the government that the right thing to do is to arrest Baba. What is your view on that?
Okay, my opinion is it is as if these people are blind. They are blind, they don't see where Kenya is heading to. Sasa si waone mzee vile watu wanapenda mzee, wafanye vile wananchi wanataka. Huyu mzee atetei maisha yake, anatetea maisha ya mwananchi. na wa way out. Wameona tukio ya juzi ya Kamkunji vile kila kitu ilifungwa, hakuna biashara iliendelea. Sasa wakijaribu kusema ashike, wanafikiria nini itaendelea Kenya? Hii Kenya wanataka iende wapi? In case hata Raila sasa kitu mbaya ifanyike kwa yeye, pasipo hao ndio wamefanya, wanafikiria Kenya itaenda wapi? Waache mchezo. Warudi chini, wajue wananchi wanataka namna gani ili Kenya iende mbele. Lakini mambo ya kwanza kushurutisha mzee, wawaje kujifanya vipofu kwamba Raila ni mbaya, na wanaona mwananchi wa chini, hata ule mtoto mdogo anasema nani baba baba. Sasa ukishika Kenya itaenda wapi?
So uliposikia matamshi ya Cheregai, did it surprise you, or do you think it's something that they can really do, or I mean it's a political statement to show that they are capable of doing something, but yet they will never be able to do it? What is your view on that? I mean, is it something they're just speaking, or is something that they are bold enough to do?
Mambo ya Cheregai ni kuongea tu, watu wamepatiwa pesa. Sasa ni ile tu kumove Ruto aone wanamtetea, lakini hata hao ndani ya roho yao wanajua nini inaendelea. Hawezi sema ashike Raila na Raila ashikwe. Hiyo hakuna, haiwezekani. Haiwezekani. Hiyo ni kudanganya Ruto akili tu. Ruto aone ako na wafuasi wake wanamtetea, lakini hakuna. Hawezi jaribu kushika Raila. Hiyo ni uongo, hata ulimwengu mzima inajua. Hata mimi nakataa. Hata ukishika, hata mimi ndaamua kweli. Hata kama sina uwezo nijue vile naweza fanya.
So katika maoni yako, je unafikiria kuwa
yes,
katika mahala unatoka, maybe ulizaliwa mahali babako alizaliwa, watu wanafikiriaje kuhusu hii serikali na maisha vile imekuwa ngumu? Watu wanaongeaje?
Unaona nini kuhusu serikali? Watu wanasema heri hata ugonjwa wa corona ingerudi wajue ni corona, sio mtu mwenye ameongelesha watu vizuri, mtu wa chini kwamba atafanya hivi atatenda lile, alafu baadaye ndio yeye mwenyewe amekuja kuruka watu wenyewe. Wanasema hata ile enzi wakati wa corona walijua ni ugonjwa na ilienda, kuliko mtu amekuja amewalia amesema mtu wa chini hasa la nini kila sasa mtu analia. Sasa unajua hata serikali zingine watu walikuwa wanalia, lakini unapata utaenda mahali ufanye kibarua yako ya 500 na utapata ndani unga kidogo na sukari. Lakini sasa imekuwa ukienda kibarua 500 ni unga na imeisha hivyo, na uko na watoto wawili watatu, shule ndio kusomesha watoto imekuwa shida. So hii serikali ni penye mimi natoka ndio wanapenda siasa, lakini wamekataa kabisa. Hakuna serikali hapo.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako mafupi, na ukae hapa usitoke. Wacha tukaribishe Molo na tuone kama studio bado iko sawa ama we need to do something on the backstage. Naonekana tuko na delay kidogo. This seems to be a little bit of attack. Molo, habari yako ndugu?
Kuna delay sawa.
Molo, habari yako? I think viewers, we have to do something. Probably we have to close the show and restart it because seems
Nzuri
like
sana palliative care. Sijui kama saizi unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Inakaa tuko na a very bad delay.
Unanisikia? Mzuri sana bwana palliative care. Sijui kama saizi nasikika?
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Nakusikia vizuri sana.
Tuko live na direct. Tuko direct.
Okay, lakini sasa unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana.
Sawa. Okay, kwanza nawasalimia wote, bwana Mzalendo, bwana Odious. Kwanza nataka kushukuru bwana palliative care kwa kutuhost tena. Lakini kuna delay
Yeah, kuna delay ya. Endelea kuongea. We are going to fix it.
Kuna delay.
Yeah, but we're going to fix it. Just keep talking. We are fixing it. Sijui, I think yeye yako na delay, maybe it needs to go back. Guru, can you hear me, Guru?
Okay.
Yes, my friend.
So nilipoanza, I
So,
wanted to answer. There is something
Omolo, you
that you
can
had
log
asked
out.
Bwana
Omolo, you
Mzalendo,
can log out and
whether
come
the
in.
governors should participate in the maandamano.
I think Omolo will log out, then come in, and I think he also has a delay as long as we have a delay. Guru, habari yako ndugu? How long time bwana?
Mzuri. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and I thank God.
How is the US?
It's very good. We thank God. The economy ain't doing so well, but at least ugali sio ndogo kuliko samaki.
Unajua huku sufuria imekuwa pesa ndogo ukilinganisha na unga. Sasa unashindwa ni sufuria utanunua ama ni unga.
Hiyo maisha si ni ngumu sana. If you think about sufuria na unga tena, sasa hiyo mtafanya aje?
Nasema siku hizi ukienda kwa soko unajiuliza ni sufuria utanunua ama ni unga, kwa sababu pesa ya sufuria ni kidogo. Ukilinganisha.
Okay.
Maisha ndiyo hayo.
Yeah, maisha imekuwa ngumu, lakini sasa tunataka kuyatatua. You saw what happened in Friday. On Friday watu walijitokeza sana na walifurika katika Kamkuji na waliamua hata kwenda kwa CBD. Hiyo ilikuonyesha nini? Are the people ready to change this country?
Unajua Wakenya ni watu wa ajabu sana, kwa sababu utasikia wengine bado hawajaamini sasa kwamba mambo imebadilika na njia mbaya zaidi. Wanangojea mpaka wakati shinda itawakuta nyumbani kabisa. Lakini kuna wale wameonea hii mambo 18 na wanaona wakimbie to arrest the problem before it gets to their home state. Sasa hapo ndio kizungumkuti iko. Lakini pia ile ilifanyika Friday ni dhihirisho kamili kwamba Wakenya wengi wameerefuka na wameona mambo kwa undani zaidi. Na kama unjuavyo ni kwamba hakuna nchi haina shinda, lakini ile inafanya wananchi wawe na subira ni uongozi ambao wanaangalia, wanaona hiyo uongozi inaendelea ikitatua matatizo hiyo aste aste. Lakini shida ya Kenya saa hii ni kwamba ukiangalia hakuna mtu anaamini kwamba kuna suluhisho ya maneno inaendelea, kwa sababu ukiangalia serikali ni kama bado hawajajua kwamba uchumi yetu ni mbaya. Ndio sababu unaona kuna watu wanapigania viti iongezwe, ilhali campaign ya hii serikali ilikuwa kwamba jambo la muhimu na la kwanza itakuwa kushughulikia wananchi wadogo, wale mama mboga, mtu ya mkokoteni, kijana wa boda. Lakini sasa imekuwa kwamba ni kama kupigania watu 50. Bana, sorry, mtu anaitwa Alex, unajua hawa watu 50 hasa ukiangalia ile mshahara na allowances ambao wangepatiwa kwa miaka 5 ni zaidi ya bilioni 5.
Bilioni 5
zaidi. Ukienda kwa mshahara ya mwalimu wa kawaida, primary school teacher, ama mwalimu wa secondary, utagundua kwamba hiyo ni pesa ingepea vijana wengi kazi. Na si kuongeza tu kwa sababu kuna pesa, ni kuongeza kwa sababu shule bado zina mahitaji ya walimu. Lakini kwa sababu sisi our priorities are upside down, ndio unaona tunapigania watu 50 kwa sababu ni marafiki zetu wa kisiasa wapate nafasi, ilhali kuna vijana wamehitimu kuwa walimu na wamekuwa wamekingoja miaka mingi kuingia kwa payroll. Sasa swali ni hii ndio Kenya ambayo inaangalia mtu ya chini? Na
Guru, hapo ndio nataka nikuulize. Tunaongea sana juu ya hiyo.
Yes.
Unapoangalia Wakenya kweli wamefika mahala wanaangalia kweli kabisa kuwa tulidanganywa, na hata kama tulidanganywa tunatakana tubadilishe na tusaidie hii serikali ibadilishe mwenendo wake, kwa sababu huu mwenendo utafanya tutapata ajira, maisha yataenda juu. Kuna watu ambao bado wana support the 50 CAS, ama watu wamefika mahali wakasema tafadhali shika break, wacha hii maneno.
Utaweza kushangaa kwamba kuna watu wana support. Kwa sababu unajua kuna watu pando wanaangalia siasa kwa njia kama ni ile ya mchuano kati ya Arsenali na Man U.
Okay.
Pando wamesimamia pale, lakini ile inawaanza kuwashtua ni kwamba wameanza kukosa ajira, wameanza kukosa chakula, na injapokuwa wale wengi wana hiyo mafikira kwamba tuliwashinda ndio mnaongea namna hii, wameanza kuwa wachache zaidi.
Wameanza kuwa wachache
zaidi.
Maisha imewafinya.
Sababu yao ni kwamba maisha imewafinya zaidi. Kama sasa utakuta kijana wa boda ambaye alikuwa labda anapeleka nyumbani kila siku about 800 shillings per day. Unakuta wakati huu hata kufikisha 3 ni ngumu.
300.
Yeah. Kwa sababu watu hawana pesa, hiyo ni kwanza. Kwa hivyo ile distance ungetumia ka 50, unaona hiyo ka 50 wacha uweke kwa mfuko. Uende miguu hiyo distance. Kwa hivyo hapo mtu ya boda ndiye amepoteza, si ndio?
Watu wa boda wameanza kujua kuwa maisha imekuwa ngumu.
Pili, mafuta ile ulikuwa unaweka ya 300 labda inaleta pesa zaidi ya ile iko saa hii. Unaenda trip kidogo. Kwa hivyo ile iko saa hii there's a frustration, na hiyo frustration imefikia kuwa hasira, inaelekea sasa kuwa hasira, na hasira hizo unaanza kuona kwa vijana, inaonekana na vile wana react. Kama sasa sijui kama uliona hiyo story ambayo sijui waligongana wapi kidogo na basi fulani, wakairarua na wakaiharibu vibaya. Hiyo ni hasira, wanataka kutoa hasira. Sasa lakini nikirudi upande ya serikali, when you tell people that you are hard pressed for cash and then you go on a spending spree, then people cannot reconcile the two positions, na kuna yule ataona anandanganywa na mwananchi ndiye anaanza kuona anandanganywa, kwa sababu Alex, huwezi kuenda, wewe ni baba ya nyumba, unaenda unakula na unajivinjari pale nje, ilhali ukifika nyumbani unaambia watoto wakaze kamba sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu. Hawata kukubali na wewe, na wakiwa vijana wakubwa watakupiga ukicheza, kwa sababu mama atawaambia, angalia huyu mzee anakuja amekula kanyama na amepiga chupa mbili.
na wakati wa kitambo nasikia walikuwa wana make sure ukikuja jioni wakitaka kujua ulikula nini, wanakupa dawa ya kutapika, wanaona nyama ikitoka kwa mdomo wanasema baba alikula nyama nje na sisi hapa tunakula haya. Sasa shikia hapo hapo Guru, acha nimsalimie Meshak Bwire. Meshak Bwire, habari yako? Naona umekaa sana. Bwire yuko?
Tuko.
Meshak Bwire yuko?
Yes.
Meshak, yeah, habari yako ndugu? Naona wanasema Raila should be arrested for a successful demonstration on Friday. What do you think about that?
According with me, naona kulingana na jinsi hali ya Kenya inavyokaa kwa wakati wa sasa. Yes, are you getting me?
Yeah, we can get you.
So kulingana na jinsi nchi yetu inavyokaa wakati huu, unajua kila mtu akipewa majukumu ya uongozi ako na kusudi, anapohitaji uongozi ako na vitu ambavyo anataka kutekeleza.
Okay.
Na kwa sasa watu tuliamua kupeana uongozi kwa watu ambao kila mtu alitaka. Tukianza kufuatilia kulingana na uongozi kuanzia chini hadi juu, kila mtu baada majipikia mwananchi katika yale manifesto ambayo aliweza kuahidi. But sasa serikali, tukienda upande wa serikali kuu, maandamano yakifanywa inasukuma serikali isiendelee na kusudi lake ambayo inataka kufanya, irudi kutekeleza kusudi la opposition. So 5 years ni miaka michache. We are the people who make decisions. Only that I see ya kwamba wanikiendelea na maandamano, they destroy the property of an innocent person, ambaye yeye tena ule ambaye ana destroy mali yake, mtu ametengeneza 10 years tu, ina destroy for one day, anarudi sasa kuwa maskini kabisa. Ile anaitwa shujaa. Yes, it is good, it helps other people of Kenya. It's good, it helps other people in future. Yes, wanaweza reduce vitu zingine, but all in all, kuna yule anapoteza na kuna yule ambaye anafaidika. Na kwa vitu vingine ndio ukifuatilia sana, maandamano ni mazuri, saa nyingine wanarekebisha kitu kingine. But these people basically, when nikiangalia maandamano ya kwanza ilianza kupangwa kwa sababu ya kubadilisha vitu ambavyo walikuwa na kama zimekuja na wakati huu. But the day the kombo walisitisha maandamano, mafuta ilikuwa imepanda 5 shillings. So sisi kama wananchi tutafikiria nini? Hiyo ndio swali naweza uliza. Sisi report tutafikiria nini? The day ambao walisitisha maandamano, siku ya kwanza, I think kama unaweza kumbuka, ndio siku shilingi 5 iliongezwa kwa mafuta. Wakasema wanaenda mazungumzo, hadi leo wananchi hatujajua kilizungumzwa nini. And we are there. So we support to think also about this, our government of Kenya. It is good, we enjoy it, but it's better they leave these people, they do what they can. If they want to kill us hungry, they do for 5 years. Then shall go for tarudi bado kufanya uchaguzi. Thank you. I think umenipata.
Umesema 5 years ni miaka ndogo sana. I don't know kama unajua. 5 years miaka ndogo wakati wa Kenya wanateseka. Sasa ngoja tu hapo. Guru wako na swali kwako.
Yes.
Guru, you can say something quickly, alafu tumwambie wala amekuwa kisafa, internet inamsumbua.
Hali yako?
Mzuri sana.
Sijui kama you had experience ya pale Kenya imetoka, na especially 1990s.
So siwezi kuwa na historia zaidi ya 1990s.
Oh, wewe ni mdogo basi.
So mimi I think I'm not
kidogo. Wacha nikuelimishe kidogo.
Guru, shikia tu hivyo nitengeneze the delay iko, waendelea kuongea so that I can fix the delay, please.
Okay. Okay. Wacha nikuelimishe kidogo. Serikali watu uionea mbali.
Yes.
Na serikali ya kusaidia watu huonekana mapema. Wakenya wamekimya karibu sasa, mwaka inaenda kuisha. Na ile iko ni kwamba watu wanaanza kufundisha kweli kulikuwa na plan. Manifesto ilikuwa. Wengine wanauliza nani aliipa manifesto? Waona? Sababu ni hii. Kila uongozi inatakiwa kuwa imeandaa ile maneno wanataka kutekeleza kwa miaka hiyo wamepatiwa. By the first year you can see the direction. Waona? Sababu ya Moi kupigwa sana 1990s ni kwa sababu serikali yake haikuwa inaonyesha mwelekeo. Isipokuwa yeye kukaa pale juu na kuenda akiambia watu kaeni hivyo hivyo na Mungu atawabariki. Bado kazi, the unemployed were increasing in huge numbers. Okay? Wananchi, watoto wale waku wanaenda shule wanaongezeka pia. Lishe ilikuwa shinda, isipokuwa Moi alikuwa a bit more sensitive. Angeenda kupiga makoti huko Amerika, tunaletewa mahindi ya yero. Okay? So, si kwamba watu wana oppose serikali kwa sababu ya Ruto kama mtu ama kumchukia. Hapana. Ni kwa sababu serikali yake haijaonyesha mwelekeo kwamba maisha itakuwa bora mwaka mmoja ama miaka mbili ijayo. Wanielewa?
Namkuelewa sasa.
Sababu ngoja, sababu ile mambo serikali inaongea mambo yake juu yake ina ufiche ndani yake
kabisa.
Chukua kitu kama kujenga manyumba, hawajasema ni kina nani wanajengewa nyumba. Ile ninajulikana ni kwamba watu wakatwe pesa, nyumba sijengwe. Okay? Hakuna mpangilio. Kwa hivyo kuna watu wanaona ni kwamba ni njia ya kutafutia wale wako karibu na yeye contracts. Kwamba umepatiwa hii contract ya kujenga hii nyumba, we unatoka hapo na kitita yako ya pesa unaweka kwa benki ya mamilioni. Of course utapea vijana 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 kazi for that time. But the main reason and why you see most Kenyans, quite a number, questioning this program. First, it is not known how those houses, who is being constructed for. Haijakuja sawa, haijaonekana. Si kama ile nyumba zilijengwa Kibera, zilijengwa pale watu wakijua kwamba majina imechukuliwa. Kwa hivyo, you are the beneficiaries of this house once it is done. This one is an open check. Ona?
Ni kweli.
Aya, angalia mambo ya lishe, chakula. Isipokuwa kupea wakulima fertilizer at 3,500 ambayo ilikuwa inapeanwa na serikali ya aliyeondoka Uhuru at 2,500. Na mpaka wa leo haijasemekana kwa nini ngiri moja iliongezwa juu. On subsidized fertilizer.
Haikuwa inaonekana.
Pia
Tupana
hata
sisi
hii
kidogo tuongee.
okay. Kwa hivyo mimi nikicut short ni kusema hivi, hii miaka 5 unaongea juu yake itakuwa mzigo mkubwa sana.
For our safety, not for our safety, just for our safety. Because nimeangalia
Safety gani? Unaona kuna mambo mbili, either usukume hiyo serikali mpaka ifanye vile mnataka, kama kama watu wa Kenya walisukuma Moi mpaka akakubali kwamba vyama vingi lazima ziwe, kwa sababu hakuna njia angekataa, labda nchi iende njia sengerebegere. Waona? So the pressure that the Kenyan public is putting on the government is the right procedure to make sure the government performs, or if they are not able to perform, take a leave. That's it. Hakuna lingine. So it's not just merely wanting to make a...
Nikuuliza swali moja, Mr.
Yes.
Umeongea vizuri, lakini kuna swali nataka kuuliza.
Ndio.
The other side yenye inaweka pressure.
Yes.
Inaelezea Wakenya ni nini inataka kufanya ambacho ni kizuri kuliko kile serikali yenye iko inafanya. Imeelezea Wakenya wakaelewa.
Sasa mambo ni hii. Mulisikiza manifesto ya hao watu wawili. Sawa? Wale ambao wako saa hii ambao wanasemekana waliingia kwa mlango ya nyuma wamepewa nafasi ya mwaka mzima kuonyesha ile walikuwa wanasema ama watatekeleza. Kwa hivyo ningekwambia hivi, enda kwa ile manifesto ya Azimio ndio ujue ile walikuwa wameahidi watu ni nini. Sasa hiyo itakuwa answer your question once and for all.
Bado hujajibu swali yangu. Iko hivi swali yangu. Swali yangu iko hivi. The present government imepasisha bill.
Yes.
But the opposition side ina oppose.
Yes.
Kwenye whatever they are opposing, wangekuwa wanasema the gharama ya chakula iko juu. Sisi tukiingia hii bill tutaifanya hivi chakula ipungue.
Yes.
Ngoja. Tutaenda pande ya kama ni pande ya Kenya Kwanza. Me I'm not of any side, but ni kuongea naongea. Kama ni Kenya Kwanza, yes, wamefocus na kurekebisha mambo ya kahawa, majani, maziwa on that side na hizi vitu zingine. And already wameanza kuchukua steps. Pande ya opposition wao sahi wako opposition. Wangesema sisi tunataka hivi na hivi na hivi. Tuko na idea but hatujapewa nafasi. Wameeleza Wakenya.
Okay. Kwanza unasema kwamba wameanza kurekebisha mambo ya kahawa, si ndio? Na nini ingine?
Majani, maziwa.
Ndugu yangu sikiza. Tumekuwa hii Kenya miaka mingi. Maziwa imekuwa na sisi miaka hii yote. Kahawa imekuwa na sisi. Majani chai imekuwa na sisi. Sikiza vizuri. Wakati Uhuru alikuwa anaondoka, bei ya kahawa per 1 kilo of cherry was going to more than 100 shillings per kilo. Unajua ni pesa ngapi saa hii? 54 bob. Na saa hiyo ilikuwa inaenda hata 120. Pili, kitu inaikuwa na makadamia ilikuwa inaenda 150 kilos, 150 shillings per kilo. Saa hii unajua ni pesa ngapi? Wow. 20 bob. Kwa hivyo ni wale viongozi wako kwa serikali wanaweza kucheza siasa ili kuweka watu katika hali ya kutamani kwamba watafikia, ilhali ukweli wa undani ni kwamba hakuna chochote kinafanyika. Waona? There are many ways of managing politics, and one of them is to keep people in that suspense of, that something will be achieved by high profile conferences, workshops, to do what? What is new? What's new in all this? These people have not just fallen from manna, like manna from heaven.
Wacha nikuulize masaa mingi. Wacha tu nikuuliza swali lingine. Swali ni hivi, ungejibu tu in simple way. Hizo conferences zinakuwa juu constitution yetu inapea nafasi public participation, na serikali yenye iko inataka Wakenya waelewe, which is very true na which is okay. Hakuna vile tutasema hiyo kahawa itabadilishwa kwa leo. Ukweli ni hivi, ngoja nikueleze. Wewe umeeleza na mimi nitaeleza. Hizi mambo zote zinafanyika, kuna watu wamefungiwa nje, wale cartels wenye walikuwa wanakula pesa. Tuongee ukweli, tuache kuweka propaganda. Cartels wamewekwa nje, sasa wako na uchungu juu pesa vyenye zilikuwa zinaachiliwa. Hata Raila mwenyewe alikuwa anagojewa atishe serikali apewe pesa anyamaze, but vile amekataliwa kupewa pesa atazidi kuweka hiyo maandamano. Hiyo ndio ukweli yenye iko, lakini ukweli Wakenya hawataki kuelezwa. Nitaeleza tu, nyamaza, usi umeongea na nikanyamaza, wacha niongee na mimi. Raila angepewa pesa angenyamaza, but vile amekanyangiwa pesa alikataa. Walipoambiwa walete partisans, waliambiwa watoe watu wao, sijui walikuwa 6 ama 7, na the other side itoe watu 7. Intention yao ilikuwa ni wagawiwe pesa fulani. Walipoenda kwa hiyo partisan, pesa zilipokataa kutoka wakakataa. Ukweli tuko nao, tusidanganya Wakenya. Kama kweli walikuwa wana haja kabisa ya kugeuza Kenya, wangeenda pale kama wabunge, waongee, walete idea zao, ziwekwe kwa meza, ideas za the other side ziwekwe kwa meza, alafu wasaidie Wakenya. But because it is a conmanship yenye inakuwaga pale, mimi lazima tukule na wewe juu, mimi niko juu na wewe uko juu. Sasa pande moja imekataa juu, imesema hatutafanya corruption. Okay, italeta propaganda yote. Kama saa hii tuongee ule ukweli. Ni nini hiyo Raila anasema ambayo anataka, ambayo ameshindwa kueleza Wakenya? Si angeanza kueleza Wakenya, mimi nikiingia nitafanya 1 2 3. Serikali yenye iko inasema vizuri, sisi tutageuza mambo ya kahawa. Na kweli cartels wenye walikuwa kwa kahawa majani wameanza kusportiwa. Hata hiyo makandamia unasema yote imeanza kusportiwa. Sisemi hii government iko 100%. No, because hata pale kuna interest. Ngoja mwanzo nimalize. Ngoja nimalize alafu utaniambia.
Unajua hata wewe ulikuwa unaniuliza.
Ngoja nimalize alafu utanieleza. Juu na mimi nimekusikiza. Hata wenye wako na interest. Juu interest iko, maybe kuna mtu mmoja wawili wenye wanataka kukula pesa. Hakuna wenye watakuwa wako 100%. Hata hiyo side nyingine si 100%. Hata yenye iko si 100%. But as time goes, things will change. Kwa hivyo tuache kuweka propaganda nyingi. Yes, saa hii maisha imechange. Kile kitu mimi ningeambia government yenye iko, I could advise it. Wakati wa Kibaki alikuwa anaangalia circulation ya pesa zenye ziko, anakanyangia kama ni 500, anakanyangia alafu anaachilia 200. Zinakuwa nyingi kwa public domain. Hii serikali yenye iko, that's the only thing mistake yenye wanafanya, na ndio unaona watu wanalia. Juu wangekuwa wanachukua pesa then wanaangalia tunataka hii economy iende aje, wangeachilia kama 500 note iingie kwa public domain, ndio ikue ukupata hiyo pesa ni haraka. Hiyo ndio mistake yenye serikali yenye iko hija notice. So as we discuss here, tunastahili ku advise the government but si criticize na kuweka propaganda. Mahali kwenye kuna makosa iko makosa, mahali kwenye hakuna makosa unaeleza, lakini huwezi ukakuja hapa ukaanza criticize na huwepeani solution. You should give solution. Sasa mimi ndio nimesema hivi, government ya Kibaki iliweza kusucceed juu ya kitu kimoja, ilikuwa inaangalia economy venye inaenda, inaachilia noti fulani, inakuwa iko kwa public domain, inakuwa very easy to get that money. That's how pesa ina circulate kwa wananchi. So government yenye iko haijapata hiyo idea ya kujua itaachilia aje pesa ndio pesa ingie kwa wananchi. Propaganda yenye inawekwa na the other side, kama wakati wa Hustler Fund ilipoachiliwa, waliambia watu chukueni hiyo pesa na msirudishe, na kweli wakachukua pesa na wengine hawakurudisha. It is okay, but hiyo pesa ni yetu na it is decision ya mwananchi wa kawaida venye atafanya. But there is other sides zenye wanafanya vizuri na zingine hawajafanya vizuri, but also nyinyi the other side wacheni kusabotage serikali isifanye vile vinastahili ndio mpate ground.
Do you know anything about economics? Do you know anything about economics? How the economy works? You are mute. Nauliza swali.
Niuliza swali.
Na kuuliza unajua, do you know how the economy works?
That's why I've just tried to pinpoint some points there.
Let me ask you the second question.
Tukienda kuongea, tunastahili kuongea in deep ndio watu waelewe.
Na kuuliza, do you know how the economy works?
Yes.
How does the government release money to the public? Ndio umesema serikali ya Kibaki ilikuwa ina release notes kwa wananchi. How does it release money to the public?
That's a big topic ya another day. Ukitaka hiyo topic tuiongelee, nitaiongelea vizuri sana.
Sema uzujui. Just say you don't know.
Ndio nimekueleza wakati wa Kibaki the economy was good because Kibaki alikuwa anaangalia the circulation ya those notes. Anajua if I want to release 500 notes na I release in this manner so that mwananchi wa kawaida awe ako the easiest way kupata hiyo pesa. That's how you regulate your money.
Okay, how was Kibaki releasing the money?
Ndio nimekuambia hiyo ni topic ya another day. Nikitaka kukueleza nitakueleza kwa urefu ndio uelewe.
The truth of the matter is this, you do not know. Na si vibaya kukua ujui. Hakuna serikali ina release pesa ovyo ovyo.
Hiyo si ovyo ovyo, ndio nimekueleza. Unajua unakimbia, ngoja nikueleze. Si ovyo ovyo, nimepinpoint a point. Within that point, iko na a long way to go, ndio understand.
My friend, do not indulge in topics you least understand. Okay? We know economics.
Hakuna kitu si understand, ndio nimeianza.
Wewe kwanza wewe ni kagege, uko nyuma sana na mambo ya
si unaona sasa umepotea njia. Umeshindwa kuargue fact, umeanza sasa kuongea hivyo.
Hakuna, wewe ni wale wanafikiria serikali ati inaenda kwa benki ina release pesa ovyo ovyo. Serikali ina release pesa through programs. Program moja ni kama hii ilikuwa inapea vijana kwa kazi. Vijana wanafanya kazi, wanalipwa.
Na umepotea njia hapo.
Okay.
Lakini nitakueleza, nieleza alafu nikueleze.
That is one of the quickest ways of releasing money. But if you are expecting serikali ku release pesa tu ovyo ovyo, hiyo itakuwa ngumu. Pili, mambo ya kahawa. Mimi ninajua mambo ya kahawa kukuliko kwa sababu niko ndani yake. Saa hii, right today, if you have a notebook, ile shinda wakulima wa kahawa wanaenda kupata kutoka sasa for the next 2-3 years, ni ile itakuwa, it is going to be historic. That you can mark in your that you can go and mark in your notebook, because the coffee market is not like a banana market sorry, that's not to mean that bananas are raw key. What I mean is that the coffee market is more complicated internationally. Those who have stayed in international markets know that coffee is not a crop that that is handled that cheaply as you may think. The people you are calling cartels, let me tell you now, those people, there are several attempts that have been made in the past, and it has ended up disastrously. Why? Because the only way to help Kenyan farmers is to expand the coffee market beyond the traditional market destinations today. Hawa watu wana grip kwa hiyo market kiasi kwamba they'll fight you so hard. These are people who have in the past even discouraged the buying of coffee, especially I remember when the Nyeri governor tried to go and sell his coffee direct. They penetrated and made sure that will not happen. He ended up with an egg on his face. So these matters of economics are not as simple as they are being made to appear. They need more planning. They need insight. They need a lot of backroom. But what we are seeing right now is politics, continuation of the old politics, just whipping emotions of farmers and the rest. So and so is responsible for your raw prices and the rest. We were told that ikifika May mtu ya maziwa atakuwa amemalizwa. We've not heard about it anymore. And that is not talked. We were told that farmers would be getting 70 shillings per liter of milk from the second highest man in the country. Today it doesn't talk about it. This politics, siasa hii ya pesa 8 hakuna pahali itapeleka wa Kenya. Hiyo nakwambia. Na tuko Kenya hii. Na hivyo ndivyo mambo iko. What makes economy move, if you do not know, and what Kibaki did, he made sure that the government does not borrow from local banks so that the businessmen can have access to cheap credit. Today, the current budget has proposed that it is going to borrow even more from the local banks. And then you expect business to pick up in Kenya. I have not seen.
And that is a very valid point.
I've not seen any model of that nature working.
So Guru,
yes, Alex.
That's a very valid point. When you borrow from local banks, what is the effect? And I think Mwananchi need to know that. Vis-a-vis borrowing from international, community or banks. Once you start over borrowing from local banks, what happens to now our purchasing power and our borrowing power now, we as Mwananchi?
Alex, the current budget has a deficit of 718 billion Kenya shillings. Out of that, they have said that they will borrow 536 billion from our local banks and 100 something from international. That's what. Look at that model. How is the government? Already the interest rates of banks are breaching the 20% remit of what would be called reasonable interest rates. Come on. Not unless you don't understand economics, there is no business that is going to pick up in such kind of environment. In fact, right now, Alex, it is very sad where I am. A company that was employing nearly 8,000 people in Kiambu is closing a shop and going to Tanzania. We don't know what we are going to do with those youths who are involved in an industry that was dealing with human hair. Wanawake.
and which was one of the things that we are going to task now. Now, do that comparative study of that with this. That this came actually this morning, and it said, President deploys high-level team to renegotiate agreements signed with the Gulf state in March to supply of the oil that was expected to boost the shilling exchange rate against the dollar and ease pump prices. Proposed team seeks to delay 70 billion monthly payment due to start in September and allow flexible. Now, there is something going on here. We thought that without using the dollar to buy oil, it has backfired. Now we are doing renegotiation. At the same time, we have overborrowed from our bank, which means you and me, we are not capable to borrow anything from the bank. We're going back to the pre-Kibaki era, whereby we could not borrow even from the Barclays Bank, Cooperative Bank, but when Kibaki came into power, they had to renegotiate with a new bank, which was Equity, that was able even to borrow Mama Ng'ombe a loan so that they can do something. Where are we headed if we cannot? Because credit is crucial. We are now operating on a credit basis. Before, just hold on, Guru. Before, we used to say that the three economic factors was capital, land, and labor. Now, the capital we are talking about today is not your own money that you pump into business. You access credit, and that is the credit you use to do business with. It's no longer capital. Now, if you can't access the loans because the government has overborrowed from the local banks, what does that mean? Are we going to have the consumer purchasing power that we ought to have? Quickly, and then we go to Julius. I think we are becoming monotonous with the two of you.
I think what gets into the minds of people who understand economics is the simplistic manner in which these people have approached these matters of economics and then gone to brainwash our people that things are that straight. The truth of the matter is that when a bank or a government turns to banks to borrow, it means the jobs that would have come through private enterprise disappear. Somebody is talking, Julius.
Julius, you're making a little bit of noise. I am muted.
What I'm saying is that when the government competes for credit with businessmen, individuals, and corporates, the loss is massive on the side of the economy, because what it does is to slow down investments and job creation in that country. And what Kibaki did was to reduce borrowing locally from the banks. And that's the time when banks were actually hawking loans out here. And I can tell you, Alex, there are many people who trace the kind of wealth they have today to that period. Those who borrowed that time and started building wealth, they can tell you what they did. But with the current situation where the government is going to borrow 536 billion out of the 718 billion deficit to finance their budget, then it's going to be a problem. Already, corporates are crossing down, and that's a fact, because they can no longer be able to survive in such a hostile economic environment. But then it is very easy to go out there and cheat people who may not understand the dynamics of how the economy works. It's not magic. These are things that are there. It's not magic at all. When banks cannot lend to individuals and corporates, what happens is that, and you know why banks go for the government? It's because the returns are certain, the default rates are not there, and the possibility of high returns is also there. So as a businessman, banks are businessmen. They are business people. If you take it legally, in legal terms. I know you know what I mean. The bank is an individual, right, just like you. You can sue, and the bank can also be sued. So it's taken as an individual. So they are in business. They are in business.
So, Mr. President, I think
I'm here now.
This is the question you have to Guru. What is the minority side doing so as to give a better alternative in regard to what we are criticizing, especially the issue of economics, whereby we are feeling the impact. Now, I think the person that I wanted has already left, but we have Mzalendo here. Mzalendo, let us just shift a little bit. Now, we negotiated against the shilling, against the dollar, and we had a contract with the Gulf. The government now says that it is so expensive to do that. He has formed a new group to go renegotiate what we did before. Do you see a possibility here that the initial group that was there to negotiate for our side did a poor job, and hence it has made the price go up? And it looks like the Ruto administration sees that if we do not renegotiate, we are not going to curb the fuel prices. They may end up to skyrocket, and that is going to hurt the economy. Why is it in March and we are only in July? We are trying to renegotiate something already we did and sealed. Is it too fast to do that?
You know,
Can I come in and
Mzalendo, we can't hear you. Mzalendo, if we can't hear you, probably then another person will come in, then will come. Who was that trying? Let's try to unmute Mzalendo and see. Mzalendo, can you unmute?
We can't hear you.
Well, Mzalendo, we can't unmute you.
Give Julius.
So Julius, before Mr. President comes in, we negotiated and we sealed a pact with the Gulf Oil. And the current administration has said that it is too expensive for our country to continue business as usual. They have sent a high delegation team to renegotiate again on how we are going to import our oil. Does it mean that we did things wrong in the beginning? Now we have to come back and redo it back. Can you help us understand what is the whole renegotiation process? Namona hata Black ameingia.
Kwani ameenda? Where is
can I answer that question?
Sure, go on.
Okay, it's like this. First, itarudi pale kwenye ile point ya denomination, just to enlighten some people in that thing. For the government to stabilize its economy, it depends with the popularity of the country equal to the notes of money which is being released when they are funding the development. Kuna mahali nilisikia this guy Gulu akijaribu kunikata, but wacha nikueleze vizuri. Economy, it's like this. The population of people in a country and the notes which are being released is the cause of the economy to go up or to go down. Wakati wa Kibaki, let me tell you, just be patient because you don't understand what I'm trying to put it. I'm economics. Wakati wa Kibaki, the population of people who are on that time, government ya Kibaki alikuwa na deal na hiyo. Kama anataka kurelease the fund ya development fulani, alikuwa na release na note ya 500 so that the 500 note to be more easily be got by mwananchi wa kawaida to circulate within the country. Akitaka pesa iende juu sana, ana release, anashika 500, ana release 200. That's when the money gets yani meaningful. But the way huyu jamaa anasema ati pesa uachilie juu watu wanafanya nini? Yes, pesa zinaachiliwa, but zinaachiliwa na denomination. Kama ni 500, kama ni 1000, government yenye iko ina release na 1000. That's why pesa ni nyingi, inapita watu, pesa inakosa maana. Haya, let's go back to that issue of the oil. The issue of oil imekataa kufunction because our government had no money in their bank, in the Bank of Kenya, not bank of the banks we are talking about, but ile safe ya Kenya yenyewe. The account of Kenya ilikuwa haina pesa, haikukuwa hata na dola. So that money, when the government decided to use the Kenyan money, it was so easy for the government to corrupt because haikukuwa na pesa yao wenyewe, walikuwa wanatumia pesa ya loan. But the present government ndio uliona Ruto amepea governors all their money. Now he want to save money, ikuwe pesa ya government, so the government can use its own money far away from borrowing the loan, and that's where wanaweza wakatumia their own money to buy. But if at the present account ya government haina chochote, so if they try to use the currency ya Kenya, ita collapse because they don't have money. Wanatumia pesa ya loan. But once the account of Kenya government itakuwa na pesa, itakuwa na good dollar, itakuwa pesa ya Kenya iko meaningful, so they can use their money to do the business. That's why they have gone back to negotiate, because sahi hawawezi tumia pesa yao. At present they can't use their money, Kenya money I mean, until government, yani account ya Kenya ikuwe na pesa so that waweze kutumia pesa yao kununua chochote. That's the thing. Sasa hii propaganda ingine inaingia hapa, kuja utueleze.
Guru, kabla hujaingia, wacha tusikaribishe mzee anaitwa Black, kwa sababu ya heshima tunamuita Black.
Ndio. Yes, ndugu.
Hapa tunaongeanga ukweli, atutetei either sides. Hapa tunaona shida iko wapi.
Ndio.
Lakini for renegotiation of the oil contract that was supposed to go for 1 year, only to be done 2 months later, it is a catastrophic thing. We need to understand, was the negotiating team weak? Did they understand how it's going to be? Because now we are saying it was 30 billion. Now it has turned out to be 70 billion, which is against the odds. It's about 300% of the expected what we did. Now, if the energy is going to become that expensive, especially with the oil product, and again we still have the VAT against that backdrop, can the Ruto government survive if it cannot renegotiate? Tell us what you think about that, because it was an urgent team that had to go to the Gulf. What do you think about that?
First of all, I want to say hello to you, moderator, my dear brother Alex Media, brother Guru, Mr. President, and the viewers at large. It's been a long time, Guru, since last met you here, but karibu sana. It's a pleasure. First of all, that oil deal was it was not 1 year. I think it was 9 months, to be precise. It was 9 months, and you know, what has happened recently is the OPEC had, I think, on June, decided to slash the oil production by about 1 million to 2 million barrels per day. That would itself mean that they would the oil supply that would be available, that was available previously, would reduce. When there is a reduction in supply to meet demand, then you see the prices go up, right? If the prices go up, it would mean whatever you were buying earlier on is not what you'll be buying today, right? So that would explain the reason why what they would have expected to have accrued by now in matters what was supposed to be paid is higher than what was the expectation earlier on. Now, as to the negotiating team, the negotiation team, it's going to be a very tough task, you know, because these are not mangoes that you're talking about. This is oil. And business done is business done. No, once you've agreed on a deal, maybe they can out of compassion, maybe the supplier can decide to maybe extend an olive branch in matters to the way payments will be done, maybe rescheduling payments, extending from 9 months to 1 year to 12 months. They can do that, it's possible. But that will now depend purely on mwenye anatupatia mafuta, how deep in the heart of the person that is giving us this oil our negotiation team will get into. Watawezaje, watapenya vipi deep aje kwa roho yao hao watu, na wakiwagusa roho watasema okay, sawa, well, let's fanya hivyo, acha tu extendie 3 more months. But then again, we should understand one thing, because I heard something that we were talking about here. It matters to do with banking. Sometimes a government is forced to make drastic measures which would hurt, but would be the pain would be far much less than would have been if they took a different approach. I'll explain this. Now, why the government decided to borrow locally instead of internationally? What are the repercussions? You see, each day the dollar rises, right? Now, when you go borrow money internationally, that will mean you're getting it in dollars. If, let's say, you borrowed, let me give an easy example. Let's say you borrowed $100 today, right, as a government. I'm not saying that the government will borrow $100, but just for the purpose of kujieleza, ndo watu waelewe. The exchange rate today is 100 and let's say 40 something. I don't know what is it exactly to the Kenya shillings. Let's give it a flat rate of 150. So let's give it a flat rate of 150. So we borrow $100, and let's say plus minus near interest rate, tunafaa tulipe $20 extra, let's say, or let's say 10% of that $100, even $110 tunafaa kulipa. So you do $110 times 150 shillings, inakuja pesa ngapi hiyo? Do that math. Later on, let's say tumepewa loan ya, let's say 6 months or 1 year. By the time we are going to pay, we are supposed to pay that loan after a year, exchange rate imepanda iko 200 now for US dollar. You know what you would have paid, assuming if ungekuwa umelipa hiyo deni the following day, would be is different from what you would have paid when the exchange rate is 200 shillings instead of 150. So now what happens here is this. Like you said, Guru, if let's say we are having a deficit of 700 billion, right? Now, if a government is put in a position whereby do we go borrow internationally we need to also realize that at this very point right now, Kenya, as per their ranking, kulingana na ile ranking code tumepewa, tuko chini, yani we are a risk factor, we are a risk. I mean, the lenders would be so much unwilling to give us loans at this point, right? And if they are to give us loans, they'll give us at a very high interest rates. So now, do we go for those high interest rate loans internationally, or do we go for our locally sourced loans, which will be in our local currency? So if we're going to borrow 700 billion.
Hold on, Black, there. This is where Guru says that when the government goes to local expedition,
yes,
now the liquidation of money.
I know if the effects are high.
Yeah, the liquidations of money. So we are competing against the government, which in the backdrop forces the interest rate to go up, because when the banks borrow to the government, it cannot borrow as it borrows to individuals. Now,
I'm coming to that.
Which takes the cap from 14% to 23%, because it is the government. Is that sustainable for you and me that we have to borrow now?
I'm coming to that.
23%.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Now, as I'm coming to that. I'm going step by step as to what could have informed the government to make that decision of borrowing locally than internationally. Now, since we've already established that borrowing internationally at this point, with the way we are volatile in matters to do with our currencies, we don't have even enough foreign reserves. We will be digging our graves much deeper by going for the international loans. So it was either choice would have made would have been bad, but which would have been the lesser bad of the two bads, right? Now, if they're gonna borrow locally, kama uliboro hiyo Kenya shilling, hakuna mambo ya eti rates kupanda kushuka, venye mulielewana mulipe hivyo hivyo ndio itakuwa, haita change. Naelewa. Now that is the sacrifice maybe the government would have had to make, and that's the reason why they've made it. Now the repercussions to that, which is what you are talking about. Now what happens is banks would be so much inclined towards lending to the government, as Guru has said, yes, because the risk of them failing to pay, as in defaulting, would be low or near impossible. But then also what happens to the mwananchi? Biashara nyingi in terms of capital wanarely sana na mikopo ya banks, right? Now it would mean that the banks would be lending to individuals or these businesses at a high interest rate, which is true, I agree. Now, what will be important though is, what will the government do with this money that they have borrowed? If it's for development of the nation in matters to do, let's say, projects, then this money will still go back to Kenyans. What do I mean? For example, if they're gonna be building massive projects, let's say kama kujenga manyumba, which they said they would, hii pesa itakuwa bado itarudi tena kwa wananchi in terms of labor and all that. Hiyo kazi yenye watakuwa wamekuwa employed kufanya pale, kama ni tenders, let's say hiyo pesa ndogo ndogo kama zile kujenga ma classrooms na nini, bado hiyo pesa itakuwa imeenda tu pale kwa wananchi, because that's what Kibaki did. That's what Kibaki did. I'm giving you I'm relating that. What Kibaki did when he came to power, there is some money which every bank is supposed to kupeana kwa central bank as a way of security, right? As a form of security. There's a particular amount that was capped for every bank to do that. Now, what the Kibaki government did was to reduce the amount that the banks are supposed to store with CBK as security. So, for example, kama walikuwa wanapeana 100 billion, they had to make sure that they have 100 billion saved with CBK as security, they reduced it to 70 billion. So that would mean 30 billion would be a bank watabaki na 30 billion at hand. The business of banks is money. So that would mean every bank would be having a lot of money in their hands, and what they would do is they would have to dispose it for them to earn money in terms of giving out loans. So that's why unaona wakati wa Kibaki kulikuwa na cheaper loans at that time, and also during Kibaki's time kulikuwa kuna projects nyingi sana ambao government walikuwa wamezipeana during Kibaki's time, ambao pesa ilikuwa ina supply kwa wingi sana. Ulikuwa unaona watu wengi walikuwa na pesa kwa mfuko. There was too many projects happening during Kibaki time, developments during Kibaki time. And that's why I'm saying that if this money that the national government has borrowed from our local banks is going to be put into the development of the nation in terms of projects hapa na pale, then pesa ita circulate. But unfortunately kwa wale sasa wana biashara ambao walikuwa wana depend directly kwa kuboro pesa kwa bank to expand their businesses, what they will have to borrow at a higher interest. That is the reality.
Asante sana Black, and I'm still coming back to Guru, because I think Guru had a valid point economically, which we must look at. The moment the government announced that it's going to overborrow, because it's not a normal borrowing, because if you look at the normal borrowing from the local banks, there is a cap to it. So the moment the government announced that, two things happened. First of all, we have put a cap against on how our Kenyan shilling should devalue, which means we have put mechanism to protect it. But Guru, you saw 2 weeks now running. Not 2 weeks, let's go 2 months. First of all, we were 36 against Ugandan shilling. But this week, we went to the lowest. For the first time, actually, we went to 22. Even when the Golden Bag scandal was there, the shilling, Kenyan shilling against the Ugandan shilling has never hit 22. But we saw that. What does that tell you, Mr. Guru? The Kenyan shilling against the Ugandan shilling, we have hit the lowest.
You know, it's good when we engage with people who understand the dynamics of economics. And Alex, it's good also that when we discuss, let's see the faces of those we are discussing with, because we could be being taken around in circles by maybe people just sent to disrupt otherwise very good discussions like this one. The truth of the matter is this, Alex. You get you get your economy strong because you are engaged in serious economic work. What do I mean? I mean, right now, if we ourselves are selling nothing or very little to America, it means we are not getting much of the dollars. And therefore, when our time comes to buy, we will not have those dollars to buy what we would want from them. And so therefore, that's why you are hearing of the new push for Africa to have its own exchange system, where we are not denominated through the dollar. As to how it will work, we wait to see. However, for Ugandan shilling and Tanzania to strengthen, and it would only mean perhaps that our neighbors have started waking up in terms of the fact that many things are coming from their country to ours, and we are evening out, because what used to happen there before is that we used to sell a lot to Uganda. In fact, Uganda has been top destination for our exports. For those who don't know, rivaling even some of the Europe countries where we take our coffee and our tea. So therefore, it's a delicate balancing act that should not be ignored. Alex, it is scaring when you have companies that are set up here and have already engaged thousands of people in terms of employment for them to close shop and move to our neighboring countries. Today, I have just told you one case study here in Kiambu. It is scaring because already teachers who are, teaching in schools where the children of those who work there, they are already starting to have what we call a rent alert, because where will they get fees to pay for these children, for their children? Same thing, there's a ripple effect. Same thing with the landlords. Tomorrow we will know whether that matter will be crossed over. And I can assure you, over 6,000, 8,000 people, youths basically, will now be thrown into the streets. And this is just one of the examples. So the problem we are having right now in Kenya is that when you find an economy that is in the situation
looks
in which
like
we are,
Black has a rebuttal there. Can you listen to him? That probably he will help you probably make a better submission. Black.
On the Uganda part, I want us to go back to what may have made our trade balances to be imbalanced. It goes all the way back to the Uhuru regime. There was a lot of friction between Kenya and Uganda during the Uhuru regime. There was a pipeline that was supposed to go through from Uganda, oil pipeline from Uganda to our port. If you recall that, do we recall that? But it was cancelled, that deal was cancelled, and it went to Tanzania. They were going to be getting the oil through our ports. Uganda TZ that day, right? Now, yes, we have been buying a lot from them than we are selling to them. That is true. But you should realize that the geopolitics between Kenya and Uganda was already messed up in the past regime. So biashara ikaanza kutoka UG na TZ kwenye wao wananunua, na sisi we are still buying from UG. Understand that? They were purchasing more from Tanzania than they are purchasing from us nowadays. But they are selling more to us than we are selling to them nowadays. You understand? So already the geopolitics between us and UG ilichafuliwa in the previous regime. So we are just now, these are the repercussions of what happened. So let's be clear on that. At least let's be honest with ourselves on that.
Okay, that may be
Thank you, Black. Guru,
that
2
may
minutes.
be as it is. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah,
that
Guru,
may
2
be
minutes.
as it is, but what has happened, even just the other day, unisikia hii mambo ya kumaliza mtu ya maziwa. The topmost man saying they opened up boundaries for Ugandan milk to come in huge needs so that they even out the prices.
They are trying to.
Georgia, just wait. That is in one of the ways of fighting political wars, which then have a ripple effect on the economy. Then there is also the issue of the fact that Kenya has not been doing very well in terms of foods. In fact, if you go and trace what mostly comes from our neighbors, it's basically food, really. That's what it is. And therefore, it means our country has been importing quite some food from these countries, both Tanzania and Uganda. And that is bound to happen for quite some time now. So even as you talk about what happened in the past, even now, right now, you are aware that Naivasha, when it was closed, in fact, Sudan threatened to go to Djibouti, and the Ruto had to rush there one afternoon with Murkomen to breed with them, that they don't do so. So there are some things that have happened even the last 1 year that have turned around the situation that we are having right now. Unfortunately, some of them have to do with, seem to have more or lean more on the side of political petty fighting. That we must crush these people, this enterprise, because it is, and in doing so, and changing policies to fit in the fight, that's where we are, and that's where we are headed. So basically, even as we talk about the mistakes of the past, what have we done now? Because things have really gone bad. And I'll tell you why. One, the commodity prices in Mount Kenya, I can tell you now, have crashed. Coffee is going at prices that we last, had experience of some many years ago, 54 shillings per kilo of cherry. And macadamia, they are being sold on 20 bob, 20 shillings from a high of 150 shillings. What has happened? What has changed?
And you know that macadamia, the issue, look, I mean, I'll show you. If you go to a place called Walgreens, macadamia ambayo unaweza hesabu less than 50 kwa bag hivi, you buy it at $14. And macadamia is very lucrative, I tell you, more than even coffee. And when you see it plummet like that, I mean, there is reason to worry about that, because
do you know,
now the
Alex,
brokers leverage.
Do you know right now?
Actually, so how do you blame the government on that? I want you to be still on that.
Just wait. Do you know right now, you are going to find macadamia nuts being hooked in Kiambu Roko markets. They have resorted to putting in small papers and selling something that we've never seen in Kibaki era, in Uhuru era, but it's happened now. I can tell you, Alex, the bitterness that is piling up in this community, I don't know how it will explode, because these are the people who voted for this man, and the promise was that their lives will turn around so fast for the better. But what has happened is the reverse.
Can I try to point something on that? Mr. Nguru.
Alex, we can't hear you.
Mr. President, just hold on. Black's hand was first, Black, Fanyarak, and then the president comes in. And Guru will respond.
Yeah, my issue.
We go to Mzalendo.
Okay, my issue. Thank you very much. The issue, Guru, my issue is with the coffee. No. Our quality, our coffee quality reduced. Our production of coffee reduced. Watu waliuza mashamba, defragment mashamba. Uganda right now produces more coffee than Kenya. Do you know that?
Has the quality gone down during Ruto's time? Because when he was exiting, we were getting 120,000, 120 per kilo.
We are talking about production. Uganda right now exports far more than Kenya. Do you know that? Way far more than Kenya, coffee. Now, if you're a buyer wa kahawa,
stop
utaenda kununua mahali ambapo you are assured of supply, or where you are not assured of supply because of
okay,
the production.
fine. You know,
they will go to Uganda.
You know,
because they are sure to get.
I agree.
That's
with
why
you.
let me finish. That's why you see our tea now. We produce far much more tea than many people here. Actually, we are, I think, the third producer of tea. We are in top 5 producers of tea. So our production is far higher and our quality even equally far higher. So buyers of tea would be way more than willing to come to us because they are assured of us supplying them continuously because we have enough from our side, from a business perspective. No. That's why you ask yourself, mbona bei ya chai haijakuwa affected as the way bei ya coffee has been affected.
May I debate?
But macadamia, to be honest, I don't know about macadamia. So I will not get into that.
Okay, I agree with you that coffee production is not, in terms of volumes, we are down there. But in terms of price, what has happened in the last 8 months has been shocking for farmers, despite our low production, which was there even during Uhuru time. If anything, by the way, last year, the production went up by, in the last 1 year, the production has gone up by about 50%. We, at the time, we were getting about 40%, or 40,000 metric tons. Farmers were getting between 100 and 120 shillings per kilo of cherry. But now, what has happened is shocking, and nobody is explaining.
Let me try to explain on
right
that
now,
issue.
the people who are getting best prices is maximum of 68 shillings. A very shocking thing. And this has not been explained. What we see are conferences and workshops. Even in those workshops, nobody is taking time to explain what has happened in the last 8 months to occasion farmers to get such low prices. So,
Guru, can I put a point there?
Just wait. So what is happening is this, that while there is a high profile political talk up there, the reality on the ground is so depressing for the farmer. And it's become a shock for them. They are quiet, but as to the anger that is piling up, where it will end, we do not know. Because some are even saying we are now degenerating back to Nyayo days when we could not make anything out of our agricultural products. People could not even afford to buy a shoe or take children to school. That is the situation we are right now.
Guru, the point is, as you try to explain it the way you are explaining it in a very good way. But the point is, when those top people are trying to streamline the issue of tea, coffee, and macadamia, the cartel down here, they are on danger. They know they are on danger. So, because the regulation of the price of any commodity depends with the price from those who are exporting it. Where I am now, I can assure you that one avocado from Kenya, it's like $3. But back in Kenya, if you go back to Kenya, to mwananchi wa kawaida, the person who is producing the avocado, ananunuliwa like 5 shillings. You see, who is this between the normal yani price, who is diminishing the producer, the person who is producing this commodity? It's the broker. And when the broker realizes that the government has come in and they want to remove them from the market, they lower the price kwa mwananchi, kwa the farmer, so that farmer akasirike aache kuproduce. Now once amekataa kuproduce, the production go down because already she's angry. Before the regulation has already been stabilized, hakutakuwa na production. That's the point. The broker, the person who broke this thing to the international market, amerua the price ya the farmer, so that farmer akasirike. Once amekasirika, ataacha kuproduce. The way you are saying it, it is politic, because wakati ule the government imeingilia kuondoa the brokers, then the brokers watahit the farmer, the producer naye atakataa kuproduce because the price is very low. For this point, it's true that itaenda chini, mwananchi amefinyiriwa, kama huyo makadamia amefinyiriwa because mwenye ananunua na bei ya chini, juu anajua obvious by the end of the day maybe hata hawatapata nini, hatapata mahali kwa kuuza. So at this moment everything is corrupting, but after the stabilizing of the law and rules and regulation, mwananchi ataanza kupata pesa mzuri, production itaenda juu, everybody will be okay. But at this point, like 1 year or 2 years, everything will like collapse because kuna mtu anataka kuondolewa hapa katikati, and that person is the one who is pushing the farmer down so that aache kuproduce. That's the point. So for 2 years everything will be like out of everything, but after that stabilization, production itakuja juu, mwananchi atapata kitu, then the market itakuwa iko sawa. Because if we go in international market, our commodity are very okay, they are at the best price. But if we come back to Kenya, just back to Kenya, that's where the productor anapata the very low money ambayo inamfinya mpaka anakasirika. That's the point. So for these 2 years everything will be like collapsing, but after that everything will be okay, production will go up because the farmer atapata a good money. After that production itakuwa iko juu. That's the point. But if you not agree with that one, that the broker is the one who regulates the price of any commodity, then you are out of it and you never get the solution. That's it.
All right. Thank you guys. Hey, Guru, long time. I've not seen you for a while. Asante sana, Mr. President, for that kind of analysis. But just to correct you, is that the government can also regulate the prices of export, meaning that you have not heard any of you talking about the ban on macadamia. Macadamia was banned for exports maybe about we are in 2023. In 2014, 2015 there was a ban on macadamia from Kenya. Now, what the government has done to attract more buyers of the product, they have lifted the ban. So lifting the ban will attract more buyers who will come and buy the product. But that is not even helping because the prices have really fallen from the way they used to sell them at probably 300 or 200 shillings. Right now, I think the prices are falling because of that particular ban. So government can regulate certain products, especially the nuts. They are being regulated. When it comes to our coffee has been overtaken by Ethiopia. It has been overtaken by Uganda. So Kenya is no longer that powerhouse that used to think in this sector, tea and coffee. So we hope that this current government will lift us to the standard we used to be, but elevating Kenya to be on the standard of other East African countries, we are way down right now in terms of production of our most important coffee and tea. Yes, Mr. Guru, you wanted to say something?
First of all, let me correct you that on tea we are not doing badly, and in fact we are doing quite well on tea. But on coffee, a lot of work needs to be done in production because of various factors. But let me go to the marketing side. it is strange that you would say that by opening up market to more players, to more people to buy, that prices would come down. If anything, the competition for the product would make prices go up. And not unless I do not know, I did not encounter that lesson in my economics class.
What you don't understand is macadamia, if sold locally, you'll get local prices. If it is open to the international market, you'll get international prices. That is what I meant. So if you're selling your macadamia locally, then you'll get the local market. Yeah, you'll be narrowed to Wanjiko, Kamau, and Washira buying your macadamia.
Okay, Mzalendo, let me ask you, what has your submission is that there was a ban that was put there in the past, which has been lifted. Is that your submission?
Yeah.
That then it means that time macadamia was selling outside, or what do you mean?
Yeah, macadamia was selling at a very high price outside the country.
Okay.
Yes, and
now what has happened now?
Now the government banned the export for macadamia in 2015 thereabout. I'm not so sure whether 2015 or 2014, but what I know is Korea is the one who has lifted the export for macadamia nuts. He is the one who has lifted it.
I am not getting there, because when Uhuru was leaving, our farmers were getting 150 shillings per kilo. Today it is 20 bob. So what is this lifting of ban? In which side is the ban lifted?
I'm not getting your question. Probably you can rephrase it.
Yes,
like when you talk about
which
side.
Let me correct something, please. Hi, Guru. Nice to see you, Guru. Long time.
Yes.
Where have you
We can't
been?
see you. We can't see your face, Rhoda, please.
Fine, thank you. So I'm asking, you have saying Korea has lifted the ban. So it then meant our macadamia was not going outside the country. Is that what you mean?
Yes, our macadamia was not going outside the country.
And right now, you lifted the ban, so our macadamia can go outside the country. Is
now
that
the ban? Yeah, the ban has been lifted barely 1 year, so macadamia can now be sold outside the country.
I have a different story, Mzalendo.
But do you agree with me that there was a ban, first of all?
As to, maybe I trace back, although I remember some time back there was an attempt to ban export of raw macadamia. The argument was that the processing should be done here as much as possible. That I remember. But as to how you are explaining that only 1 year ago, when Uhuru was leaving government, farmers could get 150
what you are not getting is that when you open the market for raw macadamia and you invite other players to buy your product, the other players come with prices, all right? They come with prices from all over the world. So you will sell your product to the highest bidder. That is inviting competition in price, not competition in product, competition in price. That is why.
Unfortunately, then, Muzarendo, with the entry of people more buyers after the lifting of the ban, the farmer is worse off. Because that is the reality.
I think that from what I've been reading or what I've been hearing and what you are saying is that that ban, the lifting of the ban has made the price go seriously down.
It's rock bottom.
Yeah, seriously down. Maybe the government can do or regulate the buyers or look at one particular buyer in particular one particular buyer so that they can zero in on this buyer to buy macadamia from Kenya. So I think that has been the challenge. That has been the challenge by government, because the farmers were also complaining that, you know, yes, since you banned this export, even before the ban, they were making money. So we don't know what has really happened in that market for macadamia. Maybe the competition from other countries is the one that is making the prices of macadamia in Kenya, or the quality of our macadamia compared to other producers is what is making the prices be that way. So yeah, that's how I can analyze it, unless there is somebody out there who has got a better analysis.
Okay,
who is
fine.
a farmer.
Yeah, I have. Please give me chance. I cannot.
Yes, Rhoda, you know I can't see your face. Where are you?
I'm sick today. I'm not feeling well.
Okay.
Actually, I'm about to take a painkiller. I'm paining my stomach. You know, you know, as women, we used to get pain in stomach in this month. Then after, yes, so you understand. I'm not giving you detail. You understand. I know you have a wife. You understand. So
that is your assumption, but continue with the story. Sorry for that.
It's nice to see Guru. Guru, have you been, brother? Long time.
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Have you been sick, or?
Pardon?
You have been sick,
No. I've been up and down, yeah, but I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see you again. I'm very happy to see you. You know, sometimes I'm always wondering, those people who support Ruto, how do they feel? How do they feel? Because I talk our coffee, Kenya coffee is the best coffee all over the world. I love Kenya coffee. I remember my daughter was in Kenya last year, and she bring her grandmother coffee, and she really like her Kenya coffee. And you know, her grandmother is a Mzungu, and she really love it. Oh, it is good. I don't know, because our coffee is organic and everything. So yesterday I was talking with one white man yesterday. We were talking about African country, that Africa, we have not lied to import food. We need to have our own, especially because that man had been missionary in Africa, in Tanzania. He was in Kenya, you need to have a maize, beans. You don't need to import to another country. I was telling nowadays, I saw it somewhere in the news that we import maize. I don't know, it's from Uganda or whatever. It's so shame. Even we don't have our own banana. When I was living in Kenya, we usually have our own banana, organic. So things are changing, not like those days. So anyway, it's so sad. Anyway, me, I feel very sad for Kenya, because actually I have a lot of burden for Kenya. Even today I have been feeling depressed because about Kenya. When I think about this regime, what is doing, actually, Kenya people, you are very, I don't know, you're very strong. You are very, I don't know, you have empathy, you care about Kenyan people. Can you imagine these guys? Most of the children, they're at home. They didn't attend to school. Can you imagine? The children, they're at home. And me, I'm not in Kenya. I'm outside of Kenya, and I can see those children. I can see those children. And you see a big man is accepting somebody. Can you imagine if you destroy the children? The students, they start to go street children when they are 5 years. Well, chocola. Can you imagine? 5 years boy and girl. It's so painful. Mina shidwaje. What can we do as a country? Hii nchi yetu inaenda wapi? Tukiza na watoto wa kijana. Aki mimi nasikia, I have a lot of burden. Alafu kitu hii serikali ifanye. Kenya kumekuwa too much. Watu watapata magonjwa, kolera. Kenya kumekuwa so dirty. Sewage. Uko Mombasa. Mina shidwaje. County government. They don't send people to clean. You know, even those days when I was young, in Moi regime, we have a city council, they were cleaning every day Nairobi. Even Kibaki regime, even Uhuru regime. But this regime,
We have lost Rhoda there. Guru, you have heard from our sister there about what she feels. She diverted a bit. She didn't talk about macadamia, that we were trying to find what is really happening. But by and large, you remember the coffee farmers in Kiambu. Are they the coffee farmers in Kiambu? The coffee farmers in Kiambu were cutting down their trees and building houses, building estates in the coffee farms in Kiambu. That has also affected the production of our coffee. So we can't say that we are this top country that used to really do so well in coffee. And again, our tea was number one. We are no longer there. We are just struggling and trying to get our acts together to be where we are. Meanwhile, countries like Ethiopia and Uganda are already overtaking us. I heard Museveni talking about the companies that they have in Kenya and how they ensure that almost 80% is run by Ugandans. For them, it is business, and it is the money and revenue that is coming back to the Ugandan people. Although there are so many companies also in Uganda that belongs to Kenya doing the same business, but our government needs to do a lot to protect companies operating within the East African boundaries, because there is a lot of unfair play in Tanzania and unfair play in Uganda, but we tend to play fairly when it comes to our neighbors. So that is something that Ruto government should look into and see that we have a fair playing ground when it comes to business with Tanzania and when it comes to business with Uganda. That is the only way that we will ensure that the East African community adds value, and the opening of the borders adds value to the Kenyan people. Guru, I don't know whether you have touched on Maandamano. The last time I checked on you was on 20th of March when you were storming into State House, and that did not happen. Since then, you've changed goalposts to an extent whereby now you are negotiating with the government and acknowledging that Ruto is indeed the president of the Republic of Kenya. What do you think will happen in the next few days or months with this Maandamano picking up in counties that we didn't even expect, like Kisii? What do you think will happen? What is the progression?
You know, what is happening in Kenya, you can only know it when you look at what happened in Kenya between 2002 to 2007, and or even earlier before 1992. If things do not change for the better, the demonstrators you see in the streets, they do not go there, or they are not going there for the love of Raila so much. Raila is just an avenue. It's just, he just happens to be symbolic of what they want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course, there are those who support him as a person, But today, the game plan has changed. You're gone?
Oi, tumeachwa na wewe ndia kwani unajua nilikuwa nimetupwa nje.
Ulikuwa nje? Kwa nini?
Kuna watu nasikia kuna mababa vile mimi nasikia watu wakisema ati pa zingine watu natupwa nje na mablog. I don't know. Mimi nasikia watu wakisema hivi.
Hacking, yeah?
Yeah.
But let's go to the Nini.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Central and generally the eastern part and the central Mount Kenya region is starting to go through a very hard time. More so because the commodities that they produce are now fetching very little. I have tried to trace the reason for that here from people, they can't tell. Because all of a sudden you cannot tell me that prices can come down in such a crashing manner. 150 against the 20 bob, 20 shillings. That is a crash for macadamia. Coffee was going at 120. Now it's just 54 shillings. You are hearing what I'm saying?
What is going on? I feel the car.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you driving the car? I feel maybe there's something attack, but anyway, continue.
So,
Guru,
yes.
can you agree with me? My argument, it was very simple that unaona wakati ule the government iliingilia hii story ya kahawa, majani, maziwa and the nut unaongelea, those who export those things walijua wako on the danger side because the ideal ilikuwa kuwaondoa so that the producer apate a good price. Tuelewane kufika hapo. Do you understand it in that manner?
No.
Why? The point was, as per their argument, the government, as per the argument of the government,
why do you have so much faith in
to remove the brokers?
Do you know?
Because the brokers are the one who are regulating the price, pushing the producer in a very low price.
Let me tell you, my friend, kuna mambo tunajua hatuwezi ongea hapa, so we know what we are talking about. There is more than meets the eye in what has happened to macadamia market that I do not want to talk here.
It's okay, but my point was very clear, and Nico very clear. If you can understand it in that manner.
What you are saying about cartels doing all that is crap. That is what the public is being fed or would want to be fed, so that they don't they don't demand answers to why they have to get 20 shillings for a kilo of macadamia when they were getting 150 just the other day.
Can we listen, like, leave alone the propaganda? Let's leave the propaganda out of this discussion. Tuongelee between me and you as a reasonable person. Nikuulize, in a normal market in Kenya,
Black. What mimi si listen black?
Angalia black. Nani Nguru?
It's not black who is talking. It's somebody else. It's Rhoda. It's not black who
it's
is
very
talking.
simple.
Somebody else.
Angalia, yani Mr. Nguru, if you produce anything kutoka shambani, to use the simplest way of understanding, upeleke pale sokoni in Kenya, utapata broker mwenye hakuingia kwa shamba atakwambia the bag of a potato tutaiuza at this rate. That's the same angle you should understand the international market. There is in between person who regulate the price. And once they realize that the government have chipped in to regulate that price so that mwananchi the producer, not mwananchi, the producer, apate a good price, they lowered the price at this moment so that the producer akasirike aache kuproduce. That is to crash the production. It was one way of hitting the government. But it's okay, they will hit the government for a period of time. Then after the price come back to the normal, once they are being removed from the system, the production will go back to the normal. Angalia hata macadamia, the one you are talking about. There was someone who was regulating it na ndio ilisimamishwa because the price yenye alikuwa anapea wananchi, though it was good, it was not that the right price. After that, sasa macadamia inauzwa within Kenya. Kenya, they don't use macadamia with anything. So that's why the price has crashed to the retro to 20 shillings. So by so reasoning, utakuja kurealize that at this moment, kila kitu hapo within the central province, the production imeenda chini. But after regulating that price, removing those cartels, whoever we are calling the cartels, production will shoot, then the producer will get a good price. That's the only thing. Once we regulate that, everything will be okay. Palladium will come back to its old days. Coffee will come back to its old days because kama coffee itakuwa iko na market, production itaenda juu. Watu wataanza kuipanda, wairudishe. Palladium watairudisha. Kwa nini ilipotea? Because there was no market, there was no anything. Yani ilienda down. That's the only thing there. But if we don't understand it and reason it in that manner, we are going to miss the point. Na hapo ndio nimekuambia, if you ukikuja international market, uende kwa just a supermarket and uchukue product ya Kenya hivi, imagine you'll be shocked kuona price yenye inauzwa huku, then uangalie the pesa zenye yani mtu wa shambani anapewa pesa ngapi. The gap between that point, who eat this money? That was the point. Hapo ndio tungejiuliza kwa nini the producer should not be given that capacity akue ana produce ana export to the retails. Hapo sasa, that's the point. But if you remove this middleman, everything will be okay. Mwananchi atakuwa na motivation ya kuproduce more because he has some money.
Let me say that it's good to play politics, but business and agriculture does not know politics. What is being played right now is politics. I do not know, and I've never known a government that would say that it's intervening for the best interest of the farmer, only the farmer to suffer such catastrophic, crash of commodity price. Not unless there is something very wrong there. The intervention should always be in the best interest of the farmer. And if a government carelessly goes intervening in a marketplace to disadvantage the farmer, even for 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, then that government is very irresponsible. That's what I can say.
Endelea kidogo tu dakika moja.
Ni kweli nakubaliana na Guru hapo, though I also want to add that I think our government have failed since Kibaki finished his term. Kutoka hiyo government ya Uhuru mpaka sahi as we speak, so isemekane kwamba ni politics, because I'm including this one as it is right now. They have neglected agriculture and fisheries. These two have taken the worst hits, I think, since independence, if I can put it that way. When you look even at the budget which they have been assigned from Uhuru's government to this one, is very minimal. A lot of emphasis has been put into the corporate businesses, like tech, communication tech giants, I don't know, the digital space, all that wamekelea a lot of emphasis on that. Banking, expansion of the banking sector, so many things to do with corporate. But when it comes to the good old agriculture or agribusiness, imetupwa kando, and that is the reality of things. As it is right now, aside from the fertilizers plan which the government came up with, I've not heard anyone talk about irrigation. The past government did not look into this matter of irrigation. This government has spoken about irrigation, but I've not yet seen any actual implementations of such plans which they had about coming up with 100 dams and all these things, or irrigation schemes and so on and so forth. So non-agriculture imetupwa kando. When it comes to fishery, we have a lot of fish in our seas and in our lake, but up until now I've not seen the government put up any funds into expanding that sector of fishing. For example, giving out boats, large boats which can fish in large quantities, offer storage facilities to the fishing regions, whereby the fishermen can catch their fish and take them there for storage as their way to take them to the market. Such measures, I've not seen the government put the emphasis on that. So I think our governments have been failing. By governments, it's in plural, governments. The previous government up to this point, unless now, to the point where I will see that things have been put into action. For example, they have some plans to do irrigation. They have been the plans have been implemented. Then at that point, I will say that yes, we are doing something about our agriculture. But until that point that happens, we will keep seeing production, farm produce diminishing, and that's a reality. So, but if we start blaming this government as to being the cause of what's happening right now, that will not be honest with ourselves. Because the truth is, this is something that had been ongoing in the previous government that is unfortunately up to this point continuing. And that's the situation as it is. But as they said, kuna mipango ya kuleta irrigation. Let's wait and see. When that happens, I'll say yes, they've done something. Thank you.
Thank you, Bana Black, for bringing the topic of the fishing industry. Remember, towards Uhuru's last term, they were talking very much of the blue economy that is supposed to happen around the area of Kisumu and Mombasa. This was supposed to help the lake region develop faster and revamp the fishing industry in those particular areas. But in Kenya, even in all the platforms that you've been, people just talk about our coffee, our tea. People don't talk about the fish. And fishing industry has got a full ministry. They're called the Ministry of Fisheries. We have not had how much revenue the fish brings into the economy compared to coffee and tea and maize and the deficit. Do we have enough fish? Because a few years back, I don't know whether it's still happening in Kenya, we were getting our fish from China, for instance. Then places that are not known for fishing started doing fish farming. Places like in Central, there are so many fish farmers in Central right now. And again, how does that shows you that there's a lot of demand for fish that Lake Victoria is not meeting, or that market is not tapped properly to ensure that the fish reach the domestic market. And again, we have got enough surplus to export. So legislators from these particular lake regions should come up with policies that will help our fishing industries, not politicking all the time and not helping the domestic market grow. If fish is doing so well, if we have a cold storage or a packaging center in Kisumu, for instance, that will create so many jobs, so many decent jobs. In Omabe, we used to have a company called Capital Fish. Capital Fish used to process fish and export to Israel. That should be looked into and see how that factory can be revived. If it is giving the investor incentives to come back, the government can talk to people like that who have been into business, so that the fishing industry can also generate some good income to the country's economy. That is the only way we are going to grow as a country, with all the counties producing something for export. So if you have Central, they have their coffee being exported. If you go to Nyanza, we have fish, we have avocado from Kisii being exported to the markets in Europe. Our avocado is still very, very popular and competitive, although right now Kenya na hizi mkato zake, I think our avocados have been banned in some countries because of shortcuts and looking for wealth in all sorts of manner. So South Africa has overtaken us in that area. So we need to really work hard, work with our farmers, and see the way we can increase production of some of these export earners that will bring some good revenue to the country. Hey, Black, I didn't see you yesterday when we had, or the day before when we had the big mandamano.
I was here for the mandamano.
Oh, you were here for the mandamano. You were here for the recap.
Yeah, for the recap of the mandamano.
Wednesday,
it's yesterday that I was not around.
Oh, yesterday you are not. I'm so used
for
to
the
you.
Shabana,
So if I don't see you,
pressure. Story of Shabana.
Oh, sorry, Shabana. You are.
Shabana. I was not there.
Oh, sorry, Shabana. Yes, we visited. In fact, Shabana imekuwa nyasi for a very long time playing in the Super League. So for
but it was Shabana, in the Premier League kitambo.
Ilikuwa kwa Premier League. Shabana imekuwa kwa Premier League. Hiyo ndio team ilileta watu kama Henry Nyandoro, ilileta Henry Motego, ikaleta Michael Kort, ikaleta nani mwingine washabana namjua Henry Nyandoro. Hizo au wote ni products ya Shabana.
Kumbuka Shabana,
maajabu kina Butter Bullets, kina Rivertex. Unajua, I mean, sasa unaanza kuongea. Kulikuwa na timu inatoka Meru, ulikuwa unajua? Ilikuwa inaitwa aje?
Nikumbushe.
Ilikuwa inaitwa Meru Bombers. Meru Bombers.
Meru Bombers. Yes.
Meru Bombers. Ukienda Meru kucheza na hiyo team lazima waachinje huko.
Meru Bombers.
Meru Bombers. Meru Bombers, it was very, very popular, and at one time iliingia kwa league. Kukakuwa na team ingine ya mtaani hapo Nairobi, ilikuwa inaitwa Isili Sportive. Isili Sportive ilienda ikashinda Moi Golden. Ikashinda Moi Golden, ikapiga Gor Mahia mabao pale ni Nyayo ama ni City. Ikashinda Moi Golden. Na hizo ni team za mtaa tu. So football then, soccer then was soccer in our country. But we need to talk more about it so that tuangalie ni nini aswa inaweza fanywa ili turegee mahali tulikuwa. Mahali Kenya ilikuwa inatambulika Afrika mzima. Inatambulika, you know, tunaenda mpaka East and Central, sisi ndio tulikuwa tumedominate. Saa hii hata kufunga Uganda inakuwaga ni kazi kwetu, kibarua.
Uganda bana, only Uganda they are good because they are playing locally, and leave alone being playing locally, but the infrastructure there when it comes to football is more conducive for them to prosper. Sasa kama sisi ligi zetu ndio hizo hazieleweki. Mara mtu anashinda kikombe, hakuna prize money ya kikombe.
Naona unajua ile naona the last time ilikuwa ni 1 million. 1 million was
Mzalendo haunijapatia time niongee.
Wewe hata sijui kama uko area. Sijui kama uko area. Unajua kama uongei.
Niko hapa tu.
Uko hapo chini.
No, you can't be seen.
Nikwambia kwa nini? Lakini sasa at least niko poa, nimekunywa painkiller na kuja poa. Kuna kitu nataka kuambia Black, tafadhali usiwe unataja Uhuru Kenyatta pahali. Tafadhali. Huyo ni former. Mtu ni yako kwa serikali, ni yako responsibility. Hata pahali ulikuwa unaandikwa kazi, ulikuwa umeandikwa, you don't look forward. Unaendelea. You cannot just tunacha vile Uhuru alifanya. Ni alituletea infrastructure. Mimi hata siku najua kitu inaitwa infrastructure. Unaona? Tusiwe tunarudi huko nyuma. Ati unaongea about the government was there 20 years, like Kibaki he died, you are talking about it.
Roda nikuulize swali.
Never talk about Uhuru, tafadhali achana na huyo ni baba, achana na dadi.
Achana na mambo ya Uhuru.
Kenyatta ni dadi yangu.
Uhuru mambo yake imeshaisha.
Achana na dadi.
Yeye sasa yeye ni senior citizen. Yeye ni senior. Sasa wacha nikuulize swali Roda.
Tunasema?
Nakuuliza swali.
Mimi pia niko na swali. Maliza alafu nitamuuliza.
Nakuuliza swali Roda. Inasemekana wanataka kushika Raila Amolo Odinga. Serikali inataka kuweka Raila Amolo ndani. Hii maandamano ikiendelea ama hii civil disobedience hii wanasema ikiendelea, serikali inasema wanaanza mweka ndani. Umeshasikia ruma kama hiyo? Na je, Raila akiweko ndani nini inaweza fanyika?
Watu wale wanaongea hivyo ni watu, I think they are I almost laughing. Nimesikia ni mate hapa. Oh my God. Yani aiki watu wanaga Odinga siku ya Nyayo ela. Ai, ati baba mpe. Watu nacheza. Ati baba ataweko kwa nani? Sasa hawa wanaongea ni watoto tu, ni wale walizaliwa juzi. Hawa anakihaga watu wale wanataka kuulizwa ni kama mtu kama Musalia Mudavadi. Watu kama Musalia Mudavadi ndio najua Raila Omolo Odinga wamefanya kazi pamoja, even Kibaki regime. Anajua baba ni nani, kina Waitagula. Hata Ruto anajua who is baba. Si baba alikuwa nini? Chama alikuwa party leader wa Ruto. By the way, Ruto baba ni Raila ni baba ya nani? Baba ni baba ya Ruto. Can you imagine? Oh my God, you guys, those people are, sasa nikatu kama Malala. Those people are just joking around. Yani watu wale wanaongea, sometimes you feel like to vomit. You feel like they have never been at school. They don't respect even our old people. Sasa mtu kama baba ni mtu wa kuheshimika. Hata watoto wanapenda baba. Oh my, mtoto kingine kanasema huko Mombasa, kanasema Ruto anadanganyana wakiwa na Gachagua. Mtoto wako na 10 years. Ameshajiharibia jina. Anyway, mtu ule anaongea hivyo ni mtu ule hana akili. You don't have a common sense. Kusema ati baba utamshiki. Sasa mtu kama baba, baba si kabila yangu. Lakini nilisema siku kutwa, mimi naheshimu Raila Omolo Odinga. Mimi familia yetu ya Jenga, na mimi ni Mkikuyu, tunaheshimu Raila Omolo Odinga. And I will always honor that man, because Raila Omolo Odinga is a man anaga mabomo. By the way, baba, he is very kind. Baba ni mtu anajua democracy, anajua nini freedom. Anajua mtu ule ukicheza na mimi, cheza na mtu kama Raila Omolo Odinga. He believed democracy. Unajua mimi najua democracy ni nini, najua katiba ni nini, najua freedom ni nini. Freedom ni kama uko na express kusema vile unataka, hauna uoga ama una blackmail. Lakini Ruto anatumianga manipulation, ya kutumia watu kufanya manipulation na blackmail. Na ndio maana unaona watu wa vitu za TV, they cannot be themselves. Can you imagine unasupport mtu anaweka watu uoga? Na unajua wewe ni Mkristo, Biblia inasema watu wale waoga wataitikia biguni. God have not given a spirit of fear. He have given a spirit of love and sound love and might. Alafu kama mtu kama Ruto anaweka Wakenya uoga.
Unasikia mtu kwa comment section, Roda.
Polisi wao wanajua. Hata polisi wanajua. They cannot do something like that. They know.
Pole. Mtu kwa comment section amesema Roda.
Si walikuwa wanafanya hivyo. Tuliona vile walifanya.
Roda.
Sasa hivi mkitaka Kenya iharibike, mseme hivyo wanaongea. Mtu kama baba ni mtu wa kuchezewa. Huyu ni mtu anatakikana na heshimika. Si kama watu Malala, watoto walizaliwa juzi.
Okay.
Roda, nikuulize swali. Roda, tunakuuliza swali.
Black anakuuliza swali, Roda. Black anakuuliza swali. Hebu jibu hiyo swali.
Roda, unasema kwamba kunafaa kuwa na democracy, iwe mtu anaruhusiwa kuongea vile anataka. Ni kweli? Roda.
Unasema?
Unafaa kuwa na democracy, mtu aongee vile anataka, si ndio? Bila kutishiwa.
Tunasema nini?
Unasema kunafaa kuwa na democracy, mtu aongee vile anataka bila kutishiwa, without threats, si ndio? Ama unasemaje?
Democracy, mimi najua democracy ni nini, and
unauliza swali.
Democracy.
Swali nimekuuliza tu. Umesema democracy, you are supposed to be allowed to give, or rather you are supposed to be given freedom to speak without being threatened, right? Bila kutishiwa.
That's two different. There's a democracy and freedom. Freedom ni freedom ya hauna uoga. Hata ukiwa na kabusiness kako unavaa uko jua kali au una uoga. Hata pahali unakaa una uoga. Uko freedom expression, freedom to be yourself. You understand? To say how you think and to say how you feel. That is the freedom. But democracy Democracy kama mimi niko nchi ile democracy kabisa. Democracy ni kama tuseme kama opposition, si wanaitaka baba ni opposition. I don't believe baba is opposition. It is nchi ile democracy kama tuone kama iti kama Eritrea is no democracy. Na ndio maana president wa huko nasemanga hakuna kanisa inaweza tikika, wanakuanga believe on the orthodox. Na ndio maana I'm just telling an example, like Eritrea country is not democracy. Kwa sababu huyo president anasema hakuna kanisa ya Pentecost, nyinyi nyote mkue orthodox. Unaona? Sasa anaweka watu woga, hata watu wao kuwa meet, you cannot integrate with them. Kwa sababu wameshaikwa na jeve. There is nothing in this world like democracy. Unakaa hivi kuna jeve. I don't believe that.
Sasa mimi nisemeje Roda? Mbona mimi unaniweka jeve unaniambia nisiongee kitu yote?
Mimi nasema aje unaweza ongea lakini president ni tired. Atina na tired president.
Sawa, Roda tumewasikia na Black tumewaelewa. Roda tafadhali, wacha ni alike DK pia tusikie maoni ya DK. Tumewasikia na mambo ya democracy na freedom of expression. You are all right in your own sense. Karibu sana DK, unmute.
Roda attacking kuna democracy.
Yeah, thank you again, guys. It's always a pleasure to be on this channel, and it is always a pleasure to always hear everybody's opinion. And all in all, I can always say we're still going to have one president, and he has still been elected in KK. He's still representing. It seems like he's representing Africa more than he's representing Kenya. That's one, which I'm very, 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 very proud of. You know, that's one. But at the end of the day, everybody has their own opinion. Everybody have their own remarks. But I cannot say so much because a lot of maybe the guys who are sitting up here, they are in diaspora, who can be commenting about how things are going wrong. They're not seated where Black is seated right now. And I don't know how Black pulls off this black thing, you know, with his nice jacket and a black background. I do not know how you do it. Every time I see you, it's so beautiful on the platform. But at the end of the day, still, I'm going to say one thing. I just kind of come up here and say, you know what? We have one Kenya, and Kenya is not bigger than the other one. But there's a few issues up here, maybe more you could direct us with, because there's a lot of issues. The IBC, the Mandamano. So we need to start from somewhere and then we finish to somewhere, you know. But the Mandamano, really, people, I don't think that's the way forward, to be honest. You know.
Thank you, DK, for your opinion. Mandamano is in the constitution of Kenya. You are allowed to picket. You are allowed to agitate without interfering with others' comfort. If DK doesn't want to demonstrate, maybe the cost of living is not really affecting him. But DK, I have one question. You say you are in Kenya. Are you in Kenya?
No, sorry, I'm not in Kenya. I'm in the UK. Sorry.
You are in the UK. How is the UK have in the past I don't know 3 years they've changed the prime minister twice.
Yeah, 3 times. Yeah,
3 times.
Yeah.
What are the reasons? Do we have the same reasons like you have in the UK? Do we have an inflation problem in the UK? Do you have things like the cost of living? How are you feeling it? I mean, with the war in Ukraine vis-a-vis, can you tell us your experience in the UK when you go to the grocery store compared to yesterday? Is there, when you go and put gas in your car, is there some significant change, or is there some reduction, and what is the government doing to help the citizens, for example?
Well, thanks for that question. And the thing is, we know because we pay taxes. One thing, taxes is the one getting us where we need to get. Everybody works. The thing is, we know the inflation of prices, they're going high. So the thing is, we go with the flow. So if you need to eat, you have to eat, whichever way it is. We don't have to question everything. The next thing is, once you pay your taxes, the government works for you. We have good infrastructures, good roads, everything. So nile tunavumilia. In other words,
hebu niambie, kuna mahali ukiamka asubuhi, ukiamka asubuhi, DK ameamka kutoka kwa apartment ama nyumba yake pale, anaenda mahali anaenda. Tell me your daily activity. Where do you pay taxes first to the government when you wake up?
Oh, when I wake up, here's the thing. When I wake up is
where do you get your first receipt?
My fuel. I am in logistics.
Yes.
So my first receipt is from the fuel pump.
From the fuel pump.
From the fuel pump.
When you're going for maybe a break or lunch, do you get a receipt?
No, at the moment, because you learn to maintain yourself, because you fix up your own lunch. You either fix up your own lunch or you buy lunch from the stores. So the thing is, okay, myself, individual.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, I'm talking about, I'll give you my experience. How when I wake up, I have to put gas. That is the first thing. If I want to buy bread, I have to go to the grocery store. There is a tax there that is indicated that this is the much I have paid. By the close of business, I have paid probably $30 to $40 in terms of taxes. That day alone, I can tell you comfortably that I've paid $40 or $30 in terms of taxes by just looking at the receipts. But people back at home, if you ask them this question, like apart from your paycheck, where it is deducted the taxes from government, do you know where the amount of tax that you're paid for each and every commodity that you purchase on a daily basis? Do you know amount of tax that you pay on your rent, for instance? Do you know the amount of tax you pay for your rental income to the government?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of loophole in the Kenyan tax system that the government is trying to address, maybe in a positive way or a negative way, but they are trying to address those gaps. Those gaps. And if we change roles, for example, you go to Kenya today, and you would realize, the first thing you realize is that, yes, life is expensive.
Yes.
But you can't quantify the taxes that you pay. You'll have your money, utaenda pale kwa nyama, ununue kilo yako ya nyama, haujui kama umelipia ushuru ama hapana, umerudi nyumbani ukaipika. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo?
No. I can see where you're leading with the question, but it is very lovely the way you try to put it. But at the end of the day, it's because I think is from my perspective is because mine is I'm self-employed. So being self-employed is different. In UK, if you're self-employed, you have to do your tax returns at the end of the year. So not only going to do the tax return at the end of the year, but you're going to do the tax returns at the end of the year with the people who are with you. You see, so all that will have to be deducted. So, and as well, the loophole we have, I would say, is if you make everybody self-employed, it makes things very easy. So that you only pay for yourself as you're self-employed, because the deduction comes as fuel, your premises, you know, the little expensive, your boardroom where you're gonna hold your meetings. Yeah, we have a little loopholes, but at the end of the day, still, you still pay your taxes. You can never get away with it. There is amount of money you're gonna be paying. Luckily for me, I'm saying I'm alright because I'm not limited. I'm not limited, because if I was a limited company, because there is a standard and there's grades way to pay the money. Naona ni kama sasa Kenya, ni kama ukiandikwa kazi kama pale KPL, unajua lazima utalipa ushuru. Hata ukilipa hiyo 3000 utakatwa 500 600, and that's how it works. So it is the same way even here, because it is the same way. But all I can say is, whichever way, you have to pay taxes for the company, for the country to run. You see, you cannot get away with it. You knew too. You know, all blacks. What are you saying?
All, and let me welcome Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel, a long time, my brother.
Big boy, how you doing?
Karibu
A long
sana.
time.
Karibu
Thank
sana. Karibu sana kwenye show.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe you can give us your submission before we invite Black.
Wacha nisalimie kila mtu hapo. DK, wacha kupotea wewe utakupotea. Wewe paka your explanation.
Listen, big man, listen. Zengine lazima wajua ukishughulika kidogo, wajua kuna ile lazima utengeneze. You know,
okay.
That's the problem. You have to make something. But unfortunately, we lost one of our good friends. I was on some funerals, and I'm back now. So yeah, you know.
Nice.
But lakini lazima mtu atengeneze hapa na pale.
Yes. Naelewa. You get a pass. The Black pia nakuona hapo always wearing black. Na mzalendo the new Jake.
Do you swali nimeuliza, how come he does this? Black and black in the background. How does he do it? Hiyo nimeuliza.
It's my trademark. Hata choo yangu ni black. Kila kitu black. I wish I could ningeweza kuionyesha hapa.
No, we're good on that. You're good on that.
Walls, kila kitu black.
But mzalendo, to be honest, submission yote
black and gold.
Okay. Sikufuatilia mada, so I'll just wait till Black make his point, because minimum natumza I have my notification imepata the talks are on, so I don't know what we were talking about. So I'll just be quiet a little bit, nishikerada alafu ndio ntarukia. Maybe Mburu
yeah. It's always
boring. It's always good manner. Vile dikia ameingia, kila mtu anaanza kuingia na bado itajaa. So in a minute, the mother, it looks like Mzalendo has to come up with a proper thing, so that we'll be asking all the questions from guys from Canada. All blacks ashajijibu maswali mingi sana from Kenya.
No, I mean, unajua ile swali niliuliza. Like right now, majority of us in this panel live abroad and in different countries. We were just talking about taxes. What if you ask somebody who lives in the US, the only problem atakuambia konayo ni bills. So that there are bills every time, and those bills you have to pay taxes on them. So the country literally runs on the taxes. But our experience living abroad, we can share with even KRA on the best way to utilize our taxes, and the best way the locals can appreciate that, you know, even if I pay KRA so much, I will get a tax refund at the end of each and every year when I file my returns. So that is an issue that has never been addressed in Parliament, and we need to call the legislators out, tell them that they are sleeping on their job, especially those in government, the Kenya Kwanza government. If you are an MP in Kenya Kwanza government and they are struggling to collect taxes from the locals, look at ways that you can entice people to pay taxes. Because government does business with our taxes. They run government with our taxes. After they have run their government with the taxes, they ought to return for us that money, especially if we made profit. Hiyo pesa tunafaa turudishiwe. Kama tukulipa ushuru, tunafaa kulipa pia serikali. But si shida ya Kenya ni wenye kampuni, they file nil return. You are making millions DK, but at the end of the year, you are filing a nil return. How does government regulate this, or how does government stop this kind of corruption?
But Mzalendo, if I may, unajua shida si, it's not that people don't want to pay taxes. People don't have the money to pay that tax. Understand? I'm sure if kama watu wangelikuwa wako na makazi and sources of income, they wouldn't mind paying that tax. But sasa hawana hiyo pesa. Na ile wanaingiza sasa ni kidogo sana. Elewa hiyo. So the government is also failing us in one or another, because now, listen, kama ulivyokuwa when we're talking about the fishing, earlier on, we're talking about fishing. If the government could source markets for our fish internationally out there, right? Because fish, or not even internationally, even locally, because if we're importing fish worth 2 billion Kenya shillings from China, that 2 billion could be money in the country. I mean, it is money that would have been spent within the country instead of importing from China, right? 2 billion. This 2 billion would have been spent in the country. This would mean 2 billion would be in the pockets of Kenyans, right? If this 2 billion would have been in the pockets of Kenyans, do you think people would have failed to pay tax from this 2 billion they would have earned? No, right? But you see, the government is not putting conducive environment for these Kenyans to earn this 2 billion within themselves. Why? Tumetuele mfano, like, for example, around the lake region, who offers these storage facilities for their fish out there? I can say almost none. Unaonanga samaki zao wanavua, wanaeka chini, zenye watatransport into pengine masoko zao hapo within, zile zingine either zitaharibika. No. But if kama ingelikuwa around the lake regions na the coastal regions, wana offer, government wana provide storage facilities, huge storage facilities for the fish, ndio isiharibike as they source for the market. Don't you think a lot of fish would not be spoiled, and a lot of fish instead would be sold, would be available for sale within the Kenyan market? Yes. So instead of us kupoteza samaki nyingi zikiwa zimeharibika, tunaenda kuimport zingine, also as through the fact that unaona kama China, they have big trawlers, boats. They can fish samaki in huge quantities. Sisi tunatumia canoes, watu watatu wanne wanaketi katika boat ndogo ile, wana row na ninio na ile kitu inaitwa, sijui inaitwa nini, ile kama mwiko, yeah? Wanatupa neti yao ndogo, washike samaki zao kidogo, hizo wanaenda kuuza. In comparison na mtu mwenye anako na ship kubwa yenye iko mechanized inavuta samaki in huge, I mean, come on. So you see, like I was trying to tell you,
Blake, I mean, Black.
if nimetoa tu mfano ya samaki to fishing industry, sijaenda kwa hiyo nyingine. If this fishing industry in our nation, right, could be empowered to the extent that they're able to catch fish in large quantities through mechanized boats, large mechanized boats, two, being offered storage facilities to be able to store their fish bila kuharibika, three, to be market market sources within our nation for our local fish iwe streamlined. So instead of us purchasing fish from China, iwe fish inanunuliwa tu within our nation, then this 2 billion from the fish that was imported from China would have been spent on buying fish from Kenya. Now imagine 2 billion in the pockets of these fishermen.
Anyway, Black.
Can I say something?
I mean,
can I say something?
Yes. So it's not about the efficiency of how you collect taxes. Understand that? Yeah. It's about availing this money in the pocket of these Kenyans to be able to pay the taxes.
Black.
So you're actually yes.
I would like to slightly disagree with you. Slightly. I agree with everything you said as far as your Mambea fish empowering people to make money, Abba. But I want us to listen to Jimmy and Wanjigi and Okiya Mtata. The problem is not that Kenya is not collecting enough taxes. Okay? And I would be curious. I'm trying to get the actual petition that Okiya Mtata put in so I can go through it because I can only get it by understanding through what Jimmy Wanjigi was saying on Spice FM. Go look at that interview. Very important. He said, and that's the reason why they stop this finance bill, because their argument in layman's term is this: in the process before a finance bill petition, the legislative body should first establish how much taxes is being collected. Okay, that's the number one thing. Then after that, that's when we can, the executive can draw up a finance bill with the budget of how they're going to spend it based on the money that is going to be collected. And that can only be done by, they can estimate it based on the previous taxes that were collected the previous financial year. Understand? So basically, because according to the constitution, budget yako inafaa it's the same with how much money revenue you can collect. So kama you're collecting 2 trillion, budget yako should be within that 2 trillion. But the problem is, that's why they're arguing that the past 10 years, Kenya have been, this finance bill that is zimepitishwa, they're illegal because watu wanakuja wanakuandikia budget yao, wanasema budget, actually the budget is worth 3.6 trillion, but after they pass it, it's when they try telling you that this is how we're going to collect it, this 3.6 trillion, okay? Instead of doing it the reverse, they should tell us how much money they collect first, then we can make a budget based on whatever we collect. So that's the basic argument of that. So what they're primarily saying, that's what so basically what they're saying is this: easy face loans that we take, especially the local loans. Loans, by the way, by law, they should be only taken for development. Okay, by law. But this is local loans that we take. We are never told where they go. Na hapo ndio pesa inaanza kupotea. Sisi tunaambiwa tu ati we owe this, na this is what we owe for the new foreign loans, na hizi local loan. Lakini the local ones, we don't see where the money is going and why they were new. They were taken. So what I'm trying to say is this, in short. The problem is not necessarily that Kenya is not collecting enough taxes. Okay? Sisi tuna collect. The taxes that we have already, that we're collecting, is enough to revitalize this economy. We can expand it by the things you've said, kama hizo, we gave an example of fish and all that stuff. But the money we collect already is enough for government to do its to do its business, conduct its business, to run government. The problem is there's no transparency for the past 10 years because this Trump this is how much we owe, and they keep on borrowing. That's why Kiomtata and Nadi wanasema, why can't we do this wafanye forensic audit of how much the loans we've taken, how much we've been collecting, and how much we've spent. So if we start there, I think that's a good start, rather than assuming that the government is not collecting enough taxes. So that's where the argument that's whatever quote it is by Okiom Tata and Jimmy Wajigi. That's what I want to say. So I would be before I say that we are not collecting enough taxes, I would say that we actually do collect enough taxes. We just need to find out and audit how much this money, where it's going, is the person to borrow, how are we spending it, and actually do we owe what they're telling us they're owing, because they're not transparent. And that's what I wanted to say. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Kenya Rebel. What Jimmy Wanjigi is saying and Okiom Tata are saying in court are very, very weighty issues. But again, the government has got checks and balances. What they are not telling you is that any money that is collected or borrowed by government is put in a consolidated account, a consolidated fund where the government can pick it anytime and use it and not. And remember, they will take that money that was borrowed for loan and use it for another government program. There is somebody also who is also in charge of that. And every time she or he answers to parliament. So the buck stops in parliament. This money is withdrawn in terms of vouchers from the consolidated fund. And there is a lady who takes it to parliament and say that this government is borrowing this money and we don't know what they're doing it for. So you parliamentarians, can you do your job? So that is the work of parliament, and they're not doing their job. You will see that as the matter progresses in court. We don't want to discuss much because it's a matter before court. We will see what really transpires in that particular case. And Mburu, if you're around, you can come to your mic. Utuambie kunaendeleaje mahali umepotea sana.
Yes sir, how are you?
Karibu sana Bwana Mburu. We have missed your contribution in this particular show. We don't know what you've been up to. Yeah, yes. But a lot has happened in the country. Maybe you can give us a recap. Today we are just doing a recap of what has been happening in Kenya. And the Wednesday event, plus Baba. The big question to you is that Baba has told his supporters to collect 10 million signatures. Can you please?
I forgot to comment on Baba.
where if you have already appended your signature to this big movement, and what is the intention?
Buru, before you even start, I just need to welcome you back.
Thank you, sir.
Because we've missed you. And
thank you.
We always like that debate between you and your other friend. I'm not going to mention his name, but you know your friend. But I want to welcome you back. We've missed you, so karibu sana.
Asante.
Rebel unasemaje? Si hapo tumkaribishe na makofi na
chapo na vigelegele. Chapo na vigelegele.
I've been trying to follow the debate today. I came in, then I went off, and I just want to go direct to the question that you have asked about the 10 million signatures if you may ask me, it's an exercise in futility, because under the Constitution, we don't have such a provision. So the big question that comes in my mind is, it's okay, you have corrected these signatures. Who is going to verify that they're authentic? And after you have corrected the 10 million signatures, or even 50 million if you may want, where are going to take them? And under which legal framework? So what happens with the politics of Baba? He knows that many of his supporters are not well informed. And so he tries to confuse them that there is something we are doing together. So he's just trying to make them busy and make them believe that they're heading somewhere. Whereas where he is going alone. He's not going together with them. Because all what he is doing is to try and force the government of William Ruto to accommodate him, to give him some goodies, enjoyment of the government advantages, like Uhuru did to him. So if today William Ruto is to call Baba and tell Baba, I don't want you to continue with demonstrations, and as a result, I'm going to give you ABCD. I'm going to give you enough government vehicles. I am going to give you tenders. I'm going to give you several goodies. The following day, he will not talk about the cost of living. And that's what he did even during the time of Uhuru. You saw him even being sworn in as the people's president. After he was accommodated by Uhuru, he forgot all about the people and he started eating by himself. So I would like Kenyans to be very careful not to destroy the government because of individuals or selfish ambitions of our political leaders. It's very unfortunate that some of us believe that when we are called by the leaders to go for demonstrations, that actually there is something we're going to achieve at the end of the day. But I can tell you for sure, what we achieve in those demonstrations is destruction, disorganization, and we end up destroying our country, our economy. All the people who did not go to work, all the shops that did not open on that MAANDAMANO day, the money they lost in the economy of Kenya will never be regained. And that is the unfortunate bit of it, that the money you lose as a country, when you have these demonstrations, you will never recover. There is no way of recovering that money. So let us be very careful. As much as we have the freedom to do demonstrations, it's our freedom. Let us make sure we don't destroy our country, because at the end of the day, it's our country, all of us. Whether you are ODM, Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, whoever you are a Kenyan and you need a stable country for you to continue having a good life. It's very easy to destroy an economy than to build. You can destroy an economy within a week, but recovering it will take years. And that is what I am fearing. That's where we are heading, is a dangerous place. Let me not proceed because I can talk and talk and talk until tomorrow.
Thank you, Black, for being concerned in what I'm taking. I'm taking, this is a Minute Maid. This is not your normal drink that you normally take. I don't use such. I'm just having my cool drink in summer, and it's a juice. It's Minute Maid. It's not alcohol. If you thought I was taking alcohol, pole sana. Hii ni juo tu. Na naikula na ka biscuit. Unaona ka biscuit kidogo hii ndio nakula nayo.
Sorry,
So
you're a teetotal guy. Teetotal.
Yeah. For now, let me be a juice guy because it's very hot out here. Now, Mburu, you have really opened up that argument And Baba followers will tell you that whatever Baba does, akisema ruka, sisi tunaruka. Akisema left, tunaenda left. Akisema right, ni right. So that is the analysis. But there's no provision in the Constitution of Kenya that allows you to unseat a sitting president with signatures. There's no such kind of provision. Maybe if you have a majority, a 2/3 majority, you can impeach the president of the Republic of Kenya on gross misconduct and other violations that are provided in the Constitution. Having said that, we were on trade. Not so many people know that what the government is doing. I wanted to talk to Black about this. He says that the government is not doing a lot. But AGOA Trade Initiative is one of the examples where Kenyans can bring products from Kenya to the US without paying any taxes. So our people need to be informed. They need to know that they can bring products into this country tax-free and do trade. There is also the digital business that is happening. You can be employed with the companies that are here in the US and you are working in the country. That is an initiative between Kenyan government and the US government, and it is happening all over the world. Yeah. Are you saying
on
something,
that
Blake?
deal? Yes, on that deal, AGOA and also the European market, we are on the losing end at this point, and I'll tell you why. As it is, when it comes to matters production to go down, because mostly what we export is agricultural products at the highest exports which we do. But we already know the condition or the state of our agriculture in our nation right now to go chini, to go down.
No, it's not really agriculture alone and AGOA. We have also the textile industry.
We're talking about we're talking about our exports.
Yes.
Basically, what happens is our exports get to go in duty free. Exports. What do we export more as a nation? If I may ask you.
Yeah, farm products.
What do we export the most? Exactly.
Coffee and
farm
tea.
Products. Farm products. We
Our
already
avocado.
know how hit. We already know how much we've been hit by that. And we already know how much less our government is doing when it comes to increasing our production and our output on that. So if in any case we are disadvantaged at this point right now, as much as yes, that is a good avenue because we have a market open for us, but little is being done on our end to increase our production to match that, to take proper advantage of this duty-free market. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah,
so is it a plus or a minus at this point?
For me, it is
because if anything, we're gonna end up with a lot of their products on our shelves than they are gonna end up with the products in their shelves. Because why? We currently at this point we don't have the capacity to export much because we are disadvantaged in our end.
Yeah, but that your argument can hold water, but at the same time, are we doing better without the trade in AGOA? The answer is no. We would rather have that trade because it's not really centered on agricultural products alone. This thing is vast. It's centered on jobs like jobs in IT. So our youths can still benefit from the AGOA market. So it is not really like that you have to be a farmer so that you can benefit from the AGOA trade. you
Again,
can benefit
you're
in
going
other
back to what I had
ways.
said
But
earlier.
again, it is up to our farmers now to step up and increase production so that they can meet the demand.
How do
So
you
that is the
step
most
up? How do you
important part.
step up? How do you step up against a farmer in the US who's very well subsidized, very much subsidized,
No,
very well mechanized? I'm giving you an example. So now, what we need to do now, like we said, we need to call things as they are, call things out as they are, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to make things better, right? Now, on the books as it is right now, tukiangalia, our production equal down. The budget allocation that was given to agriculture is just 68 billion. Education was given over 500 billion. We only got free fertilizers. We don't have irrigation. We are lacking in so many things. So as it is right now, as much as tumepewa your market, what do we have to export there? And what is there right now that the government is doing for us to produce? Nini government imetufanyia kutuongezea mazao yetu, tuweze kuongeza mazao yetu? As of this point, not much. I'll give you an example. Namibia, they're given free tractors, right? Tractor inakuja, depending on where you are, unajaza tu mafuta. If you are far off, unajaza tu mafuta ya hiyo tractor. Unakuja unalimiwa. Dereva wa hiyo tractor ni free, the tractor is free. If you are not so far, the tractor is free, driver is free, fueling is free. Now, compare that farmer to the Kenyan farmer. Who's more advantaged at this point? This is a question open to you, Kenya Rebel, Jeffrey Mburu, Mzalendo. Nani hapa an advantage? An upper hand? Kenya Rebel, if I may ask you that question.
I agree. Yes, the Namibia farmer is more more advantaged in this situation. But you have to understand one thing
because the
too.
government, listen. Just step by step.
Okay.
Now, just by that facility being availed to that farmer there, it goes to show how serious the government is taking that the agriculture sector, and how much willing they are to helping their farmer achieve their best in matters to production output, right? Now, just by that one example, then now let's come back to our country. Aside from that fertilizer, what direct help has the government provided to our farmers? We have nothing to say.
Are you asking
Can
me
you
or
repeat your question, Black?
are you asking who? You have to specify your question.
It's an open question.
Can you repeat the question?
Now, from this, aside from the fertilizer, which is not free, by the way, what is it that the government has done to assist our farmers in achieving higher yields in matters production?
There's a lot of incentives in the coffee sector, and each and every time when we are parliamentarians from Central Province,
just a minute. And when I say government, what was create kwamba ni government ya KKA tu? I'm going all the way back 10 years back.
All the way back. Every time
yes.
And a member of parliament from Central Province stands up on the floor of the house. They are talking about the money that the government has put in the coffee sector. Every time someone from Wasingishu is talking about the maize, they are talking about the money that the government is putting in to cushion the farmers in terms of drought And most of the time, it runs into billion, and it is factored in the budget. And many times, farmers are forgiven their debts that they get from, it's called there's this organization that gives farmers loans. That is, we have also the Kenya KTDA, Kenya Tea Development Authority. They do a lot. They do a lot to help the farmers locally. So it is not that the government does nothing. The government does a lot. It is the only problem with the Kenyan farmers, like from where I come from. We only farm, we are peasant farmers. We are not large-scale farmers like a place in Kitale where people have got tracts of land doing maize. We have so many people farming. Probably even in your village, they call themselves farmers, but they are peasant farmers. They only farm to eat whatever they get from the farm. They don't farm enough for export. That is the challenge, that we don't have many farmers out there farming enough that can sustain the country, such that we don't import maize, or we don't import any other grain, and at the same time export. That is a challenge. One, because of scarcity of land, which the government ought to look at the semi-arid areas and start projects like Galana Gulano. That is a government initiative. You see, there are things that the government are doing that we need to talk about in the country. I don't say that they have been well managed, or we have started seeing the results, but at least the government is cushioning the farmer. The other day, you saw the fertilizers being brought in by Uru's government.
They are not free. They are not free. Understand that.
Initially they were free. Yeah.
They were buying fertilizer at 6,000 for 6,500. These guys. I'll give you a case example of Uganda. I'll give you a case scenario of Uganda. Right now, Uganda, they have a practice, and that's why you see Uganda, their production is far higher than ours when it comes to agriculture. We are importing a lot from them, buying a lot from them. They had this program whereby for seedlings, the government would spend around 80% of the cost, and you as the farmer, entry farmer, would pay 20% of the cost. After a year, it goes inaendanga kipungua. The government would spend like 50%, utalipa 50%. And the third year, government italipa 20%, utalipa 80%. Going forward, utabaki umeenda hapo unajinunulia mwenyewe 100%. Has the government not assisted you? Imekubeba kutoka chini, kutoka point ilipokuwa ikulipia 80%, ona to 20% of the cost of the seedling. Hivyo mpaka inafika point unajitegemea, unajinunulia 100%. Tell me why. Tell me why. Give me a reason why Ugandan farmer will not end up producing. Farmers will end up not producing more than you, the Kenyan farmer.
Of course,
these are the mitigation measures.
You just answered your question.
Exactly. So that's what nimekwambia. There are things which we can do which we are not doing. We ought to do.
Hiyo ni changamoto to the Minister of Agriculture in Kenya to do a lot for the farmers locally so that they can increase production. As if government can chip in and buy and give them tractors in each and every county, then that would be a plus. That would be
I saw Rengo trying to do that thing about the tractor. So I don't know how far.
I don't know whether Ruto fulfilled his promise, or that was one of his fake promises that he normally issues. So we hope that it was not just a hearsay. Maybe Mburu, are you aware that your man Ruto promised to give James Agri Orengo some tractors? Those as the Kenya Kwanza government delivered the 7 tractors that they promised Orengo?
Let me throw, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Let me go back. Black, this is another angle that you have to look at, which I think most of us don't look at. We're not aware of as a majority of us. Remember when this government took power and there was a question, people were asking, can Murkomen show us the contract for the SGR? I don't know if you guys remember that. And he posted just the general terms of it, but never got into the nitty-gritty of it. What I'm going with this is, what I'm trying to say is this, Black, and this is why it goes back to production. Sometimes we ask ourselves, why is the production not where it's supposed to be? Now, when a country like Kenya has a bilateral agreement with, let's say, China, okay? Part of the terms can be, China will tell Kenya, you can only produce an X amount of maize, okay? And we shall sell you, we shall export or import, you'll import our maize, you'll buy from us, basically, okay? Now, failure to do that, that issue, China can actually sue, and it's not even, it doesn't have to be China, the nation. It can be a corporation, Chinese corporation or a US corporation, okay? There's a case in South Africa where an Italian company sued the government, South African government, for a couple of billions because South Africa came up with a law saying that for every company that invests in South Africa, they have to give 15% or something like that to the people who are suffering, the black people who have been marginalized historically. But this Italian corporation refused to do so, okay? And they sued South Africa. And South Africa were like, okay, let's settle this outside the Millennium, because outside the settlement bank, whatever settlement dispute, it's a branch of it's a branch of World Bank that settles issues like that between sovereign nations. And actual corporations can now sue sovereign nations, okay? So what I'm trying to say is this in short, that when there's bilateral agreements between two nations, okay? Part of it, because I've been asking myself too, why are we are, Kenya is known for gold in agriculture, especially producing corn, maize. Why are we not producing enough to feed ourselves and feed the people who are suffering? Okay, but these are the kind of conditions that we get to. Now, you saw
before you proceed, Kenyan Rebel.
Yes.
Can you tell us if you are aware if there is such an agreement in Kenya between Kenya and any nation?
Well, I'll give you an example. There's Kenya just passed. Was it last month or 2 months ago? It's called a what? Economic free zone. Did you hear about that? Where they gazetted it in the parliament passed it 2 months ago. You can Google it. It starts in the two malls. What's that? Two Rivers Mall? Is that what we call it? Somewhere Two Rivers Mall, and it comes down. There's a zone that creates that. It's called the economic zone in Kenya. And what that zone means is that corporations from outside, most likely US, can bring their they can start to bring their corporation in Kenya, operate in Kenya, with paying zero taxes. And if you work within that economic free zone, they determine how much they pay their actors, their workers, and they can treat them anyhow. if they say they pay you low wages or whatever the case is, because the laws of the country does not apply. Go check, Google it.
No.
Go do your homework, my friend. I'm doing my homework. I've done my homework. See, they don't have to abide.
Disagree with you.
Kenya Rebel.
Google, get in Google right now. You can disagree.
Wait a minute.
Is that the meaning of an economic free zone?
Yes, go check it. I know. Go check it.
No.
Google.
You see,
your Google.
There may be such an argument, or there may be such an arrangement, but when you say that the law of Kenya is not applicable, that cannot be possible. The other thing you have said, which is I think cannot be correct, is when you say they are free to treat their workers anyhow.
I'll give you an example. There's another case happening right now in Manila. Manila, what's the country? Is this Manila? Is it Singapore? Whatever the case is, that the workers there are complaining to the government because they are being mistreated. They're working within this economic free zone, and they try to complain to the government, and the government told them, because they agreed to that treaty, there's nothing they can do about that until that contract expires. Go check, Google about economic free zones. I'm working on this. I'm going to make a video of this. I have a compilation of a book right now that I'm reading. Follow my channel. I'll give you every whatever that you can go check. You think that's what I'm telling you? Reality is stranger than fiction. Reality, the truth is stranger than fiction.
We are not disputing what you are saying. Myself, I'm disputing how you are putting it. If the Kenyan law is not applicable, which law then will be applied? Because there must be regulations, there must be moderation on how people do things. And also, what I want you to withdraw is when you say that they are free to treat their workers anyhow. Because what if they decide to enslave? What if they decide not to pay? What if you?
I think you're all. Let me. No.
Let me answer
this thing into context. Let me just a minute. I'm a person who likes being honest, directly, straightforward. Kenya Rebel, you're taking us no in the wrong trajectory. An economic free zone or economic free zone or free area, it would mean what happens. This is what happens when a government wants to encourage production somewhere or put people to put up factories somewhere, industry somewhere, right? Wanaweza kwa mfano mahali kumekauka, mfano tu, yani unataka kuleta development in that area, they can say, you know what, if you are gonna put up your factory here, instead of us taxing you this much, we'll tax you this less, or we will not tax you at all. Just put up a factory here, but make sure you employ most of our locals here. Kama hivyo, you understand? Or use the raw materials here. You understand? Point is ni ile agreement kujaribu kuleta development in that area by increase maybe employment in that area. Government inasema tu weka kiwanda chako hapa, nimekupatia kiwanja, tumieni kiwanja this area here, badala tu tukiwa tax kwa mfano 30% corporate tax, we'll be giving you I'm trying to find that word, tutakupunguzia tax, badala kulipa 30% corporate tax tutakuwa tunakucharge 15% corporate tax ama 20% corporate tax instead for any factory that is gonna be set up here. This is the tax that you're gonna be paying. So you're gonna be paying less tax in that area, or pengine for the first 1 year we are not gonna charge you any corporate tax.
Black, I want you to go find a book called Silent Coup: The Corporate Takeover of Sovereign Nations. No. If you're going to have an argument, let's go by where we can verify our information. If you go by aid, the aid that they give Africa, what do they say? We're giving aid to this nation so he can help the local struggling nation, to help the community with the medicine, vitu kama hizo. Where does this money end up? Take an example of Haiti, whatever you want to call it, Haiti. 90-something billion was collected by Clinton and Bush. None of it reached anyone in Haiti. The only people who received it was the government at the time, the government workers, and the few people who were the top brass of that country.
Unatuchanganya.
Oh, I'm coming back to your point. No,
That was
follow me.
not aid. What
Follow
was
me.
with Clinton? It was not aid.
Relief. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the correction. It was a relief. Thank you.
Is that related
God,
to the
black.
economic free zone?
I'm coming to you. I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm coming. Let me learn. So I'm coming to the economic free zone. Okay, they call it an economic free zone, and they present it. The corporations tell you, hey, listen, we are coming here. We are going to help you with unemployment. They bring Amazon, for example. Your people will be. The deal is, okay, maybe we're not going to pay taxes, or we're going to pay 5% tax. Most of them don't pay tax. Okay, but here's the deal. Here's the minor details. Anybody within this economic free zone, okay, they'll be operating on the corporate rules. That's why they're calling it a sovereign coup, because these corporations, they will not, and that's the agreement. The government agrees that the labor laws of that country cannot be applied within this economic free zone. Do your homework. I'm not arguing to come here and make you.
Anyway, Kenya Rebel, you are right. You are right. Economic free zones are incentives by government to invite companies from abroad to operate without paying taxes. That's what I said. Without paying taxes. But again, what you need to know, these are industries that you don't have. So what they're coming to do in your country, they're creating employment for your locals. When Amazon is coming to Kenya, you are getting a company called Amazon coming to create the infrastructure in your area,
the issue
in
of the
your economic zone,
what I don't understand.
and itakupatia watu wenyu ajira. The same. Listen. I know you're blowing up.
The law of the country does not apply. How? I mean, how?
What?
How does a law of a country not apply there? I've never heard that.
The economic free zone, you don't pay taxes. This country is coming to operate there. Listen, this company is coming to operate. That's why it's called an economic free zone. Free. You know why?
Free.
It is free.
You accepted, not even
accepted.
Exempt.
They are exempted from so many things.
There's an actual case going on in Manila.
And listen, just a moment. You are also allowed to do the same in their country. You can go there and operate a company from Kenya without being subjected to the tax laws in that particular country. You are exempt from paying excise duty, the stamp duty, all those barriers, all those barriers. You are exempted.
Mzalendo, that's why I started by saying, I gave the example of the relief aid in Haiti. These things are dressed up as, okay, we are bringing employment to Kenya. We are going to have a company. It's going to create employment. That the real reasons for it is for they're taking over the sovereignty of the country. That's why we're saying the corporate world is taking over the world, because in places like this, only the laws that apply are the laws of the corporation, not the country. Even the labor laws doesn't. There's a case in Manila right now that's going on with the workers complaining about the conditions, but they complain to the government, and the government told them there's nothing we can do. You guys are under
so
the
what
people
is the name of what is the name of the article?
I will find you right now. But if you want to, for more information, get the book. It's called Silent Coup by Matt Kenner. He's a guy who used to work for Financial Times. and he's been working on this for the past 17 years. I'm reading his book right now, and I'm about to make a video about that. So follow me there for more information. Wait for it. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. That Ruto, I'm saying this, and he also gave an example. When you get into these bilateral talks, these are the kind of agreements that happen. You just saw Megan, whatever, the U.S. ambassador to Kenya, who used to be CEO of eBay, okay? Who ran for governor in California and failed, who's now our Neo, okay? She's now, she just made a Neo and praised the finance bill. I'm telling you, we are being colonized by these people. I wouldn't be surprised if they're the one who just came up with this finance bill. Go check. I'm giving you the book. Silent Coup by Matt Kenna.
Kenya Repair.
Google it.
Kenya Repair.
Yes.
What is happening is that it's good you are reading the book, because most people, especially in Africa, we don't like reading the books. But now,
don't insult my brothers over here. They read. You see Mzalendo as spectacles.
I'm saying most people don't read books. So we commend you for reading that book. But don't take the whole thing in that book and take it as if it's the real life or is what is happening on the ground.
I can see the evidence.
And then check the reality of what is happening in the ground.
Jeffrey, I'm looking at, look, Kenya just approved the economic free zone, free zone this 2 months ago. I just saw it. So what does that show you? And if you look at the policies of Ruto, when he was talking to that head of World Bank, whatever, when he was wagging his finger, he was actually talking about a one system where Africa can have the same favorable loan terms as the Europeans. And I say Kagame, who I think is more revolutionary, he's talking about we don't need this aid, we don't need these World Bank loans at all, because these are the things that, even Tomboya said it, these are the things that tie us, and they want to wake up kwa chain, because once you get in those loans, they come with terms that you have to meet, and some of them are 100 years. Ruto was even talking about taking a loan for 50 years. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going by evidence, what he's saying and what's happening as I relate it to this book. It's an eye opener. You must get it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenya Rebel. I think sometimes you misquote the president, and maybe you misunderstood what he was trying to say. What I got from his statement is that the third world countries and the first world countries cannot pay the same rate in terms of their loan and in terms of their interest. So they should be given better terms. You find like France borrowing money is given better terms than African countries. That is what Ruto was implying. Not that they want a longer time to pay their debts. Yes, that could be there, but they want an equal partnership between the West and the developing countries. All right.
I'll finish with this. I say this. Ruto said it that he wanted a 50-year loan, where the first 30 is what do you call it? You don't have to pay anything. It's called, or pay less. It's called a grace period. Then the last 20. Period. There you go. He said it in his mouth. I have the clip. I made a video about that. But anyway, you're right. But the bottom line is this: as long as you borrow from this World Bank, that's why we have to look at what Okiom Tata is saying is so important, that we have to look at what we actually owe, because that's what we can get us out of this. So as long as he's arguing to go back by IMF and World Bank, we are going to be tied in by this easy masharti for the next whatever years, 50 years that is.
No, but that's all my point. Before you go, a quick one. Maybe I think you've been reading a lot of this and you've created a lot of programs in it. What do you think? You've been he's been doing he's done his research well, and he's done a program.
Alex Media had a question. Alex Media had a question for for Kenya Rebel. I think he
I
got
don't know where
given
Alex
it.
has gone, but Alex, you can come back and ask your question.
I also see Sir Jex there. I mean, let's be fair and rotate.
Yeah, okay. Let me be quiet.
Is it Sir who?
Sir Jex. All right, I'll be quiet now.
Thank
you.
Sir Jex, bana washa kamera kidogo.
So,
tukuone.
Let's not be
Hi everybody, how are you?
Not be
Yes, karibu kwenye
Well.
show, and Mr. President, welcome to the show.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, where I am at the moment, I can't have my cam on, but I can come on audio if that's okay with the rest of the panelists.
Yes.
No problem. Go ahead.
Good to see Mboro. It's been a minute. I see Mr. President
Jex. Oh no way. Let me can you come and take this seat, Bana? This is
No. Let me be here where I am. I would love to, but I can't. I've just come in because Kenya Rebel has provoked my listening. As well, I've missed Mboro. It was good to see him. Seeing Black made my evening. Mr. President made me smile, and of course, Mzalendo, you're doing a fantastic job. Alex, naona analeta tu chokozi. How do you bring that lady, bwana? It's bad what the police did, and actually that photo really, it's anyway. But how are you guys? Hope you're well.
We are fine. Tuko poa. Your fans miss you a lot. I've been laboring very hard to fit in your shoes, but they are too big.
No. Actually, you fit perfectly. The one who maybe would have struggled would be Alex. You see, his size is small. You fit perfectly. Alex maybe ingebidi akule miaka sita. But anyway, we thank God for you guys. You guys are fantastic. I really miss you guys, but in masaa yetu, we are almost wrapping up where we are, but we are doing well. Now, can I contribute to the topic? I saw somewhere mesema Raila should be arrested.
Yes.
Ama ni mimi niona zangu. Now, your statement.
Yes, we were talking about Raila's arrest.
Yes, we should
and
arrest
the consequences.
him. Yes, Jex, we should arrest him.
So why do you want to arrest Raila Odinga, and why should he not be arrested? You see, I'm still recovering from being a moderator because I have to be neutral. Now, I don't know which side to take. Maybe Alex will give me a tutorial on how to be a good Azimionite, and of course, Mboro will teach me how to be a good Kenya Kwanza member. Now that being a moderator made me forget which side I was supporting in the first place, but all in all, where do I even begin? Mboro, let me ask you: do you think this man should be inside, should be locked up, and the keys mwenye atakuwa nazo azimeze? Because if anything, Alex will tell you for free they had a good day on Friday. And then Mboro will equally tell you it was a bad day for the economy, and it was bad manners everywhere else. So it's tricky to participate in that conversation. But these are my sentiments about the same. Number one, it's not easy being Raila Odinga, neither is it easy being William Ruto. Why? For Raila Odinga, he has to prove a point. He has to keep Alex and team with faith that somehow they can occupy State House, and through collection of signatures, possibly, I don't know where they'll take them, Ruto will be impeached. Now, maybe Alex should tell us, after the collection of signatures, what happens? Do we have an IBC that will verify? Do we have a team that will work on those signatures and prove truly they are authentic? And because this is not the first time the Azimio team, of course, has gone out of their way to collect signatures. If you remember one time during Punguza Mzigo moment, or was it Okoa Kenya, something of the sort, they went on such a spree and they decided to collect signatures only for IEBC then to say that some of the signatures looked funny. People were drawing cows, others were drawing funny images in the name of signatures. Hence, the process flopped. Now, this one, again, we don't have an IBC, we don't have any commissioner to spearhead the process. Two, where they get the funds if the president will not sign for funds to, because if you remember during BBI, close to 100 million thereabout had to be released for verification of the signatures during the BBI moment. So, well, they get the funds to verify these signatures, and in the event the signatures are verified, who will fund the referendum if that's the way they want to go? Now, are the signatures also meant to recall the president? We have that in the constitution, but it only speaks of a member of parliament. The way to impeach a president or to remove him from office is well laid out in the constitution. So I don't know. So it's something that I would want an able Azimionite to really explain, and as well to really bring out, so that that will justify whether we arrest Raila Odinga or not. Then again, the cost of living is not easy anywhere. It's a challenge everywhere. So William Ruto just needs to explain to the country, to come out clean and state clearly that this is what has been affecting our country, be it the debt, be it the low collection of revenue from KRA, whatever is causing the issues. Of course, he ought to also explain why is it that there's so much spending, excesses of government. They are everywhere. I think Ruto can be classified as one president who has gone to so many countries. I don't know if it is the best practice by other presidents. I would want to know, to find out. Maybe we can do a comparison with other presidents. How often do they travel? Do they travel as William Ruto does? And this traveling, does it surmount to development? And if it does, what are the pointers? How can we now attribute his traveling, his spending? Because every time he's out of the country, a lot is spent on him and his delegation. We even saw Oscar Sudi, I don't know if you saw that, in one of the delegation. I don't know what impact he brings, given that even in parliament, I'm yet to see a bill or something that Oscar Sudi has contributed on. He can be a good MP from where he comes from, but then again, maybe that is facilitated by CDF. If we remove CDF, some of these guys have nothing else they can offer, given that they don't participate in parliament. And at times they don't even attend. So it's difficult to really to gauge their performance outside CDF money. It's difficult. So I don't know what impact they bring to the traveling and to the. So as you have heard, I'm there. I'm speaking about everyone and anyone, but from my take is this. I think William Ruto needs to really explain to Kenyans that we are down and this is why we are down. Number two, he needs to show that despite us being down, I will protect every single coin that we have, not to misuse it, not to come out as someone who really doesn't seem to care, someone who seems to speak from this end and act from the other end of the mouth. So it's one thing to be in a crisis. It's another thing not to do anything about it. Yes, it's true we have overborrowed, but again, why stop borrowing from outside to come borrow within, like increase the internal borrowing? And why increase government expenditure? Of course, through the many CISs, of course, the court put a stop on that, but I'm sure they will be reappealing it. To the many trips, to the many, do I call it extravagant expenditure by the government? So to me, I think both sides, they have a lot on their plate. And it's high time that both Raila Odinga and William Ruto, one, put the nation first. I don't think the cost of living will come down by people destroying other people's livelihoods. But I tend to believe if our leaders put their heads together, if they came out and really put Kenya first, chose the right policies, chose not to be extravagant, chose to reduce the excesses, probably there and then, maybe our country will begin to see some rays of hope. But until that happens, sorry to say this, Kenyans, we are toast. That's my take, Mr. Mzalendo.
Well, very articulate. I know you've been in this game. You've had an opportunity to interrogate the finance bill and to interrogate so many moderators in this particular show. And at this juncture, let me give Mr. President, who has been waiting for a while, to give his contribution. Karibu sana, Mr. President.
Hello, how are you? I'm back again. Mr. Jack, I'm so happy to hear from you, though by your analysis, still you remain an moderator because you have not sided in any side, neither have you discussed it in a point form. You have left it in a question form, whereby we can still discuss it more. About arresting Raila Odinga, it's another dilemma whereby our country have a lot to do. Take it away from arresting her, because once we go to that reign, we'll miss our point. As a government, it will miss its point. So, by so saying, I think the best thing for our government is just keep off with whatever the development from Azimio and focus on their agenda. At this point, the economy is in danger. So our government should focus on the economy and the production. The production in agriculture, as we were discussing before, we should focus on agriculture, because once we focus on agriculture production, then our economy might go down due to the production. So those are the links we should discuss and come up with good ideas whereby our country will change and have a better way of living. Most of the young people down there, they are just in street, running all the way, criticizing the government. But it should be that each and every person fix up with a daily duty whereby you can have something by the end of the day. That's the only way we can make our economy better. But sitting down, bringing propagandas and a lot of difficulties to the government, it will not create anything. By the end of the day, we will be in crisis and nothing will change. So it's upon we Kenyans, from the young generation to the top people there, we should focus on development, finding factors and ideas whereby we can change our country. By so doing, then our country can change. That's my take.
Alex. Alex, Shabana has just won the league. Can you can you come close to the mic? Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that analysis. And Jakes, you left your question hanging. You didn't tell us where the way forward. Maybe Alex can.
I think Mr. President is true. Jakes still spoke like a moderator. He never spoke like a person who gave us his.
You see the problem of being in that for so many months, you forget how to be on one side.
I think so. You really never gave your submission. You really guided us on how to continue. But however, the reason I came is some conspiracy theories that my friend revolutionary is coming here to tell us. When you borrow through the World Trade Organization, and even these free trade agreements, they have a cluster of clauses under which you do operate. But there is nowhere that it is said that if you negate or you do not fulfill the obligations under which you signed, that you will be sued. If you default a loan on international nature, especially, then that can be. But the free trade agreement, you're just trading. You just took your things to the market. And if the terms and conditions change based on what is going in your country, based on the current market structures, based on international, for instance, like right now, Ukraine did affect almost the whole world because of the war between them. And so such factors can make you change the terms and conditions of the agreement. And free trade does not mean that it is totally free. No, they can take the custom duties out, but you are subject to small taxes. It is not ultimately and completely free. No, you are given special terms and conditions whereby you are a little bit favored for a period of time. Not that you are completely exonerated from paying taxes. So when it comes to free trade agreements or economic zone, they are different from loans. You cannot combine them together and think that loans, aids, reliefs are same as free trade agreements. Those free trade zone agreements. No, those are totally paradigm examples whereby when my friend Kenyan revolutionary came, I think he was mixing them together, especially when he said that aid that was given to Haiti, that was not aid, that was relief. Ile ni mchango ilifanywa international through foundations, not even through countries. It was done through foundation, and Americans decided to do it through the Bill Clinton and George Bush's foundation, whereby I think when these people usually retire, they start their own, after work things that they do. For instance, Obama has Fatherhood Project, Jimmy Carter had Habitat for Humanity, and Bill Clinton also came with his own. So the Americans decided to use that in terms of, and how it operates, that is the problem. If it operates and blind investment, that is the problem. For instance, Bill Clinton has always been always operating his foundation under a blind investment thing. So the problem is that we chose something that we should not have chosen. So you cannot compare a foundation and compare loans given by signing entities whereby, for instance, you give collateral. Now, Zambia made a stupid mistake by giving its copper belt as a collateral. So when they defaulted on their loans, And these loans that they were taking, you know, what Zambia did is, instead of increasing its debt ceiling, it refused to go through parliament, and it did shady deals that came to eat it back. But in a country like us, if we decide to increase our debt ceiling, Mzalendo, the other day here, the Republicans had to sit down with the Democrats and decide, you know, the loans that we have are too much. And if we don't do anything, it's going to eat on us. So what do we do? Revolution. Okay, revolution and I mean, yeah, that's good. So what do? They decided, they sat down bipartisan, they increased their debt ceiling. So if countries will go through, you know, merits and laws, increase their debt ceiling instead of going behind to borrow these odious debts that come to eat them. That is the problem we are doing. For instance, Kenya has been said that we have odious debt. The debt we have was not duly borrowed through parliament, and therefore, if we refuse to pay it, we can be taken nowhere. And that is what Ghana did. They defaulted on their odious debts, and nothing happened. They went back to do what? To renegotiate. So I think this issue that we will be sued, this will happen. I think imekuwa tukidanganywa. Let us as a country say, like, we have to pay the debt that we ought to pay. We have to know the terms. Ikitu tunaambiwa we will never know what SDR terms were. That is nonsense. We need to know what the SDR terms were. We cannot borrow and never know what the terms were. So later on, if China comes up and gives us a false terms, how do we even know? How do we even know that China is lying to us? So that kind of blind borrowing too is actually not the right thing. So that is all I wanted to say in terms of relief and aid.
Today, Alex, you brought in the issue of odious debts. Me, frankly speaking, I heard that word for the first time from Jimmy Wanjigi. And so many other panelists here. I am sure that is the first time they heard of something called odious debt. Now, what Jimmy is not saying is, what is the definition of an odious debt? He has been on the screens, who is supposed to pay an odious debt? And is it a debt that is illegal, or is it a debt that is illegitimate? Because whatever you have said is wrong and right, Alex. These are debts that were borrowed by a government to do certain projects, but they did not honor to pay the debt. So we need to find the meaning of an odious debt.
And that is erroneous when you say that were borrowed by the government. And that is why the definition through the IMF
what is the definition of, according to you, what is the definition of an odious debt?
Not according to me.
Okay,
I mean,
Zalendo, let me help you.
There is a definition.
Alex, what is the definition of an odious debt?
Let me help you. Let me help you. Are you listening?
Let me finish. I mean,
let Alex finish. You'll come in, please.
I'll be very brief, my friend. Odious debt, I learned it even in college. I didn't hear it today. I mean, Africa has always had odious debt, which means that it is when they go to borrow, the right way to borrow is through parliament, because parliament is the representative of the people. So you agree on the debt ceiling, you agree on the revenue that is coming, you make a budget, because the finance bill is a process. People just think the finance bill is just a paper. Finance bill is used, for instance, we've never had a revenue debate in the parliament for 10 years because we've never been told. These have been printed by KRA and also the Central Bank of Kenya, but really parliament has never debated our revenues and really say, oh, this was our true revenue through the budget committee and other committees that are supposed to do that within parliament. So the finance bill is a process of saying, this is where we are, this is what we need, this is how much we are going to do what we can raise in the country, this is how much we are going to borrow, this is how much we are still paying, this is the interest we are paying, these are the loans that we'll be able to finish within this fiscal year, and you put them together and decide and say, is it visible now after our revenues that we collect internally through the internal mechanism? How do we go out now to borrow? Where do we go to borrow? How much can we borrow? Under which interest can we borrow? Do we still have loans that are, a priority? So odious debts are the ones that the parliament did not even discuss. Parliament did not even know. Parliament did not even approve. So the people of the executive decides that they will go and borrow. When they borrow it, now they come and tie it to the budget that was not debated by the members of parliament when the finance bill is being passed. That is what we call odious debt. Money that is borrowed without the approval of parliament. So
yes,
we are not supposed, it's not put in the obligations of Kenyans, because the parliamentarians are the representative of the people. So when parliament debates about it, they represent, whether we like it or not, what was passed in parliament, in the finance bill, whether we like, if your member of parliament passed it, he represents you. So he passed it.
Thank you, Alex. But can I ask you a question? Recently, Ruto got some money from abroad. Did Parliament pass it? Is that an odious debt?
That's an odious debt.
The one that he bought, the one that he got recently.
Those are odious debts because
we will come back to odious debt. Kenya
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Actually, odious debt is a concept that's is under in the UN law. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that Alex is partly right, but he's wrong at the same time.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. For example, Congo after Mobutu Sese Seko, they went to UN and said, hey, and told World Bank, we're not paying you those debts that Mobutu took because he was a dictator. He wasn't a legit president. So we're not liable for that. With Kenya, they're looking at it with Okiya Mtata's reasoning, saying, were these debts legally attained? And that's where Alex's definition comes in, where he says, when the process of the parliament actually go through the revenue that was supposed to be collected and all that, it's a procedural illegality in itself. So that makes it odious because the legal process wasn't taken, okay? Like the SGR. That's why people are asking about the SGR, how it was attained and the terms, okay? But of course, the court already ruled about the SGR, I think 3 weeks ago, and they say that thing was ilikuwa sawa. But the rest, we'll see about that. Actually, to me, I can argue that we have an odious debt because Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto were not legally voted in as president and vice president. They were legally there. Yes.
You see, so you are trying to justify the odious debt.
Yeah, but I just wanted to
by tying an illegal regime to a debt that they borrowed.
Yes, because
to money that they borrowed, and that is what makes it an odious debt.
Yes, because the will of the people, they did not vote these people in. So whatever they took, that walichukua, Uhuru and Ruto should pay. Actually, Uhuru should pay for it because he's the one aliweka sahihi yake. Ruto was just. But anyway, I don't want to get into that. I just wanted to rebut Alex stuff when he was talking about why was I comparing Haiti and the other people. Like I say, the bigger point that I was making is this. When they come to you, when they say, okay, this is a relief, and you're right, thank you for correcting me, it was a relief. But the relief never reached the people. That's the point I was trying to make. The relief never reached the people. A couple of billions dollars ilichangiwa, Okay, and even the Haiti people are still asking, where did this go? Okay, so even in that book I was telling about Alex, I was telling him, so if these economic zones, of course, they have to dress it up as if it's going to be advantageous to the countries that they come to. And another thing too, if you don't pay this loan, notice when Alex said Ghana, they had to restructure their loans or whatever the case is. Even there's a guy called Muhoho, I think Muhoho, he was in Spice FM. He used to work for under the treasury. He was in Spice FM and said something. He said, these bilateral loans, if you don't pay them, okay, if you refuse, you say, oh, tunataka default. Guess what's going to happen? If Kenya Airways fly to China and you have China's debt, China can say, hey, hii ndege inakaa hapa. It's not going anywhere. They'll come after every country's assets. But what Kenya does is, now that these bilateral loans, they cannot pay it, guess what they do? They go and take something called concessional loans. Concessional loans is where you go to World Bank, IMF, and tell them, hey, listen, give us, I don't know, 300 billion, 1 trillion. And that concessional loan, it comes with term limits, with lower interest rates, and it's a longer loan. So that loan, ndio wakina Ruto atachukua, alipe nao ile debt ya nani, ile bilateral debt ya wa China, alafu he uses it for the things that he does, okay? So that's how you do it. Now, if you default, that's when they come for you, okay? In some cases, now that I was saying, if you borrow, if corporations can come for you and even sue you if you refuse to renew. And that's why I was making, I don't know if I answered Alex or
I know, yeah, you have done well to bring the issues that surround the odious debts, but again, the Umtata's case on odious debt in regard to the successive regimes that we have had. He is saying that we should not pay those loans that were borrowed by previous governments. Odious debts are loans borrowed by governments that probably were not elected by the people, military government, things like that. Governments that were misusing money. So the government of Ruto should not pay loans that Moi misused, or Uhuru and his government misused, or Kibaki. That is what I understand by odious debts. But so far, all those successive regimes were elected by the people. They were accountable to parliament, and we wait to see where Umtata is going with this case. Hey, Mburu, unaweza ingia utuambie machache?
You give me some few minutes.
All right, thank you, Mburu. Meanwhile, let me recognize those guys on the background. We have Gitash, kama kawaida, asante sana kwa mchango wako all the time. We have Jakes, asante sana, coming into the show. Tuko na nani mwingine hapa kwa comment section. Dunia ina mambo, the issue of sugar. I think that one needs a whole show because the government has been pumping a lot of money in the sugar sector, especially Mumias, and no fruits. That's why government wants to privatize some of these companies instead of pumping a lot of money into these government parastatals that are mismanaged by locals from those communities. Then they should be privatized. The bottom line is creating employment and not having assets that are ripping off the country's resources. So that is my take. Ashley, a long time, Ashley.
Yes, thank you. I didn't even know you had a show.
Oh, sorry. I mean, and we don't know how to reach you. So most of the time we post it on Mtembei platform on WhatsApp. So if you sneak on Mtembei, maybe at around 9, sometimes when you feel like, hey, let's have a show today, there's a very people are eager to have a show. That's how we come into the show. But anyway, Karibu, we have a show. We've been having a show. This is the 3rd show.
Yeah, I think you won the first one, but I had to leave.
I saw you briefly. You came, sneaked in, and you left in a hurry.
Yeah, because I had to go somewhere and I wasn't able to be on the show on the road. So,
Karibu,
yeah, thank you so much for having the show. I just wanted to, I was listening and then I heard you talk about the Odious debts. And I wanted to say, I know you were saying that something about who is supposed to pay. My understanding is that if a debt is illegal, it is not collectible. So, I don't know what you do when the government makes an illegal debt, whether the creditor is liable or
you know, this is where the misunderstanding is. These debts are only illegal when we have a regime that what do I say? There's a word for it, a despotic regime.
It's not limited to despotic only. I mean, the definition of it says mostly the ones that are approved right away, okay, are the ones that are despotic. You prove that Sani Abacha was a dictator. Sani Abacha hoarded a lot of money when he died, and you find a lot of money. For instance, when Saddam Hussein died, there was a lot of money that was gotten in all his palaces. You hear that? So it's easy. The burden of proof there is very easy. But then, as Ashley says, no, not Ashley, somebody said earlier, if you can prove that the Eurobond actually, and you trail it, never got to Kenya, okay? If you trail it and find it that it never got to Kenya, it can also be classified as odious debt. So odious debt is not a classification of one thing.
And you know, we need to I know we like to say I'm for Ruto, I'm for Raila, but the problem is the two are the same. The Raila coming to power doesn't mean this issue of odious debt will go away. Because if you look keenly in parliament, they are not pursuing stuff like this. They are very quiet because they are also eating. And the reason this seat is very hot is because someone wants to get there and continue eating this money that they are borrowing. The other day, the Office of Controller of Budget said that they actually sometimes take debt legally, or they borrow money legally. They borrow loans, and then they use it to pay. They borrow it. They're not supposed to, but they can do it on a short term. They borrow it to pay salary with the intention of putting it back, and then it became a habit that they take it and they never return. Can you imagine all of you, I believe, are in the US, you're going to take a loan to use, to consume, instead of using it to make more money. So if they are taking money and then diverting it from the project that is supposed to go to pay these salaries, and then we are paying the return, we are paying back at a very high interest rate. That is the most foolish financial decision anyone can make. And that should make everybody who has been involved disqualified, including up to the president, incapacitated to hold office. Because that is bad management of our money. Because if they are taking the money, they are not using it for development. So we are still lagging behind. They are using it to blunt the executive. That is why they are telling the opposition will create an office for you. There is no money, but they want to take a loan and pretend they're using it for a certain purpose and divert it to pay those people. When they had the BBI, where do you think the money was going to come from to pay all those people? It was still this money that they were going to borrow for loans and use it. And you know, each of these government, when they come in, like now they're saying, why are you telling us the CASs are illegal and even Uhuru had them? Why do you think we removed Uhuru? Because he was not obeying the constitution. But you want to come and do the same things that they did. So if Azimio came into office and they chose 100 CASs, they would say, how are you asking us? And even Uhuru had them, Ruto had them, why not us? So we need a break away from those that network of thugs pretending to be leaders, and swap them all, take them all out, and put people who really care about us and will put our priorities first. And we need to change these laws. We need to say that the creditor has to also be responsible to who they are lending their money to. If they are lending to our government, they have to put certain checks in place that this money will be used for this purpose. And if it is not used for this purpose, that contract is breached and you have to return it immediately. They can't just give us money recklessly, because then they are punishing. You see, Ruto went the other day to ask for a loan, interest-free for 20 years, and then to be paid 50 years. So what he wants to do is take the money, put a little into the, like Kibaki did, interest-free, and then so you can think that he has done something and pocket the rest. And then 20 years down the road, whoever will be president then will have to bear the cost, and nobody will remember where that money came from. And it will look like that person is not doing their job because now the loans are due. This is a game that they are playing. And as many of us as can see it, right now we should be very upset to know that we are taking loans, they are paying salaries, and they are not doing the project. So now we should backtrack that. One, they should completely cut off that wage bill. If they have to, like now, what is Musalia doing there? He's not supposed to be there constitutionally. If we don't have money, if we are going to borrow a loan to pay him, he doesn't need to be there. We need to take all those allowances, all those packs, so those security guards they have. They had them before they came into power. And then all of a sudden, we have to also finance their property, their big properties has to be paid for by the government. Those are the things. We need a government that works for the common man, not for the rich. Once we do that, then we will be able to have laws that, like now, the new laws, the laws that are here now, you cannot recall an MP until it's 2.5 years in office, and then you cannot take him out 1 year to the election. So the time frame to get him out of office is very short, and it is done so by design. So we need laws that are going to work for us, that are favorable to the people, not to the leaders. And until we do that, these things will continue. So odious debt is happening in two ways. It is happening where they are taking debt illegally, or taking debt legally, then diverting the funds from what they had asked to do and paying and using it to pay the wages.
Yes, actually, you are very, very right. Odious debts are happening in those two ways. And we have had dictatorial regimes in Africa. Kenya maybe qualifies as one, I don't know. But odious debts are there. The successive regimes need to know how to address the issue of odious debts. But how that will be proved in court, we don't know. That is something that we are hearing for the first time in our courts. Let's see how the High Court will rule on the issue of odious debts. Mburu, are you okay now? Can you say something? Or Alex, you have something?
Yes. I can say something.
I had a question for Ashley quickly, Mburu. Just Ashley quickly before she goes. Just quickly. Ashley, we have had a situation in Kenya now for the longest time, and even Ruto criticized last time, but now it's also a conundrum that he's facing, that the recurrent expenditure, we've been borrowing to pay wages. Recently, you saw they said that we are going to delay to pay the payments of civil servants because our revenue is not enough. And to that entity, they find that when it reaches on the 15th, now they are forced to get money now, to borrow money to pay for recurrent expenditure. And it's a common law in accounting everywhere in the world that you cannot borrow to pay wages. Now, when they borrow, can we also say that is odious debt?
Yeah, that's what I say. That is odious debt because it has been diverted. Because I've put a clip there, a link. That lady had I think we need to have a day and have that lady tell some segments, take them and put them here and then discuss them. So Mzalendo is asking how it can be proven in court. This is a lady who is working for that Office of Control of Budgets, who is actually admitting to them diverting. Do you know in the US, people have been arrested for the money that was given for COVID that was supposed to help their businesses, them diverting and buying houses, them diverting and buying cars. They have actually been arrested and put in jail. So even in Kenya, that person who is allowing that money to be diverted should be put in jail, because that is not the purpose that it was intended for. It shouldn't be like that. And if there is a problem in paying debt, all these leaders who are chosen by Ruto, they are very rich. Why can't they work for free? Or get people who can be paid half the amount that they pay. Yeah, you can afford to work for free.
Ashley, you've got very weird kind of thinking. But anyway, that's a lot of humor. Why can't they work for free?
That's why they are vetted.
Why can't they work for free? These guys are professionals. They left probably their professional field to vie for these particular seats. But Alex, just to correct you, Ruto did not borrow to pay salaries in the last when the civil servant salaries were delayed. He waited for the money to mature, the money to be available, so that he can pay the salaries and wages. He didn't borrow.
But we saw him say that counties have borrowed, especially when the governor from Mombasa said it, that he borrowed money to pay salaries. And remember him responding about that too.
Yeah, you see, they will county governments have got arrangements with the local banks.
Then I'll send you a link about that.
And let me quickly, Mburu, just give me an opportunity to say what I'm saying is not something that has not been done. I know Ivanka went into the office and she said that she will work for free. I know that Trump, when he got into office, he said, I think the first year he was going to work for free. I know governors who have come in when their counties are struggling and offered to work for free or to make $1, because sometimes it's illegal not to pay. They say, I'll take $1 just so that I can have a salary. Because these people who are very rich that are being put in position.
Nancy, actually, are you talking about Kenya, or you are talking about
what can be done?
Are you referring?
What can be done in another country can be done in Kenya, because if they have money and they are patriots, why not work for free? Or else, why don't they go? Because they have money, we are holding them by giving them office. They would be better served if they were released to go into the ground and form companies, because they have money, they have the capital, they can actually be better served being private citizens, so that they can open offices and open businesses and employ people than being leaders.
Well, Ashley, that is your point of view, but I don't think in Kenya we have got such leaders. Maybe they should have just started by saying they don't need a car, or they don't need allowances. So let them just be paid. Their salary is good enough, and because the country is struggling, we can forfeit some of the trips. That is what good leaders in Africa ought to have done. So, Mburu, karibu sana. Mr. President,
Thank
there
you.
is somebody whose mic is still on. Can you just switch it off so that we stop the echo?
Yeah. Thank you, Mzalendo. Welcome, Ashley. Long time. Mzalendo, we have to agree that in Kenya we are having a real problem, and a serious problem, because when you hear that the government is not in a position to pay its recurrent expenditure, things like the salaries and the bills, with the taxes, it's like in a family whereby the father is not able to feed his children, is not able to pay for the mortgage or the land. It's a pathetic situation that we are in as a country. So when you hear the president telling Kenyans that we are in a problem, we are in a crisis, and this crisis is not my own making, It's a crisis that I found in a country. And I want us together, holistically, to come up with a way or with solutions, what we are supposed to do to ensure that we don't continue worsening the situation. Because the mistake that Uhuru did, as I told people, Uhuru is a good man who does not want to see people seeing him with a bad eye. He wants to please everybody. He wants everybody to be happy with him as the president. And that is where he went wrong. When he was supposed to take action and to tell Kenyans to tighten the belt because things are not good, he decided to fill this gap. I am going to borrow money from outside so that I can caution the people, so that the people do not feel the pain of the situation that we are in. So he borrowed and overborrowed. But now the current president, being somebody who I think he truly think we can do something, and he has the guts to do what his predecessor could not do, is telling Kenyans, no, we cannot continue with this situation. Because if we continue borrowing in the manner that we are borrowing, we are going to be like the slaves of the lender. So can we try now to fix this problem that has been created? And it has become a worse problem because Kenya right now has over 9 trillion in terms of debt. How do we fix that? First of all, is to fill the gap. I see the people who are poor complaining so much about the taxes without knowing that some of the things or the mitigation measures that the government is trying to put is not actually targeting the poor. I have been in Kenya and I have been very close to organizations and big businesses. And Mzalendo, can I tell you something? People who are supposed to pay taxes in Kenya, they know they don't pay the way they are supposed to pay. What happens, and it's good that Mr. President, I heard him talk about it. The KRA officials, those auditors, they go to companies, they do their audits, and they tell the director that you owe KRA, let's say, for example, 10 million, and they come up with a deal. Pay 2 million, give us 3 million, and keep the rest. That is what has been happening. And those are some of the loopholes that the government is supposed to seal so that those people who make a lot of money should pay a lot of money. Those who make less should pay less. So let people pay based on how they earn. Let the government seal all those loopholes. And also I want to just remind, Ashley said that we removed Uhuru because Uhuru was not following the constitution. But Uhuru was not removed. Uhuru's term expired or ended. That is why Uhuru had to step down as the president. But I know what actually meant is that we refused to follow his advice to vote for Raila Odinga because there were so many things that Kenyans were not comfortable with, especially his fight with the judiciary and so on. Jakes asked me a question whether we should jail Raila Odinga and we lock him somewhere and somebody disappears with the key so that he does not continue making the nation to struggle with these demonstrations. When I said Raila Odinga should be arrested, that to me was just a joke. I don't believe he should be arrested. Last time I said here, there was somebody who was a real fighter. If you have ever done the European history, he was called Napoleon Bonaparte I. Napoleon Bonaparte fought so many battles. He fought over he fought around 66 battles. He fought with different countries, and he won most of them. But one day, he went to fight. I don't know whether it was with Austria-Hungary, but the king said, "We are not going to fight with him. The snow, the winter season will do for us." When I look at the age of Raila Odinga, I can tell Ruto with confidence, don't keep fighting with him. The age will do it for you. In the next few years, he will not be as active as he is. So rocking somebody of that age, I don't think is prudent in any way. Raila Odinga is going through a healing process, Mzalendo. That is what I believe. The other day he was talking about Chebukati. Nowadays he's not talking about Chebukati. It's a healing process. He was talking about the opening the server. Right now he is not telling us about opening the server. It's a healing process. He was talking about the cost of maize. When you listen to him keenly right now, he is not talking about the cost of maize because it's a healing process. If I take you back, you remember in 2013 when Uhuru became the president, Raila did so many demonstrations. It was a healing process. People react differently to shock, especially after putting a lot of effort, and then you are defeated. What do you expect? He has to show that maybe si mchache, siwezi enda tu hivyo, there must be a fight. So at least very soon he will calm down and Kenya will be in a position to continue. On the issue of not just taxes, not taxes, but the issue of paying loans. There are those people who are saying that we should not pay the international loans that we owe to other countries. Any organized government must pay loans because failure to which there are consequences, and the consequences are more than the cost of paying. So you have to pay your loans to be able to trade with other countries. You have to pay your loans for you to be heard internationally, to have a voice. You have to pay your loans for you to have relations with other countries and not to be sanctioned by other countries. So we must pay our loans unless it is proved that the previous government never borrowed those loans. The only thing we can do is to open an investigation, make sure that we know how much was borrowed and how that money was utilized. Those people who misused our money, they are the ones who should be put to account to each and every coin that they borrowed. And if possible, somebody just...
Yeah, so it's upon the current government to open up an investigation, to investigate our leaders, and to jail leaders without fear or favor. That is how a country can be built without corruption. But if we continue with this joke whereby there is no high-profile leader who has ever been jailed in Kenya because of corruption, Kenya will not grow. People will never fear to steal from the government. So I think that is what I can say for now, Mr. Mzalendo.
Yes. A patriot must always be ready to defend his country against the government. So on that note, listeners and viewers, we have done almost 5 hours of this particular show. Tomorrow is Monday. Some of us are going to work. We would like to thank everyone who had been tuned in. But before we wind up the show, maybe Ashley can give us the last word as we wind up. Ashley.
Thank you so much, because I did want to rebuttal what Mburu has said. You know,
you can.
if you're borrowing, just put yourself in this situation. You're taking money, you're going on vacation, you're taking money, you're buying cars, not cars to use for business, just cars to flash around. Then you will have a problem at a point, because then you cannot pay back those loans. And that is the situation our country is in. But if we were taking that money, buying these cars to use for business, then they would produce more money. So even paying those loans will not be a problem. If you're taking this money and using it to help people become productive, then they would give you more revenue. So you would not have a problem paying the loans. The problem we are having a problem in Kenya with paying the loans is because, one, the money that is being taken is going to people's pockets. And even the one that is being taken in the legal way is being diverted to pay bills, to pay wages, bloated government. And now they still want to extend that government even much more. So they haven't learned. The people you're saying they should do an investigation are the thieves themselves. That is the tragedy that we have. They also have dipped their hand in that jar. So who are they going to investigate? That is why we see that corruption is weaponized, because they are all corrupt. So when Okoya said that if he comes to power, he will kill the corrupt people, he was going to kill the corrupt people that he doesn't like. Because if he was going to start, he would start with himself. Because the Dr. Oruko case is a question that he has to answer, has never answered, and will never answer. So we need to drain the swamp. We need to put someone like Okia Omtata as president, and we can be sure that we will obey the constitution. We will ask that it be obeyed. Until we do that, we are just playing, and it is us who are putting ourselves in trouble. Because even on the other side of Azimio, they are already stealing. We have allegations, and they are not in government. Can you imagine if they were in government? That is what I'm going to leave our people with today. That let us do better by wanting better for our country. Thank you.
I think, Ashley, you left on a very high note. I also feel that Omtata should be the next president of the Republic of Kenya, being that he has struggled so much for justice. He can make a better president than what we have on the table at the moment. Mburu, I've got a problem with a bloated government, with a government that is spending a lot of money on trips, and Ruto seems not to be looking forward to cut down on government expenditure. At this particular juncture, I would have loved to see him bringing a bill in parliament to cut down on the sitting allowances, to cut down on the salaries. Yes, you saw the pronouncement by CRC. Even that CRC, they don't see the situation in the country. I don't know whether they live in a different world altogether. But the good part that Ruto's government should be given credit is that they increased the salaries of civil servants from 7 to 10% during these economic hard times. That is a plus. But on wastage in government, apart from Ashley talking about corruption, corruption is something that takes a long time to root out. But we can stop wastage. We can stop unnecessary trips. We can reduce the number of bodyguards that our legislators are having, so that we put that money either into education, into the health sector, into other areas that the country needs services. Otherwise, Mburu, give us your last word. I can see you've already buckled up, ready to take a trip. Give us your last word. We let you do what you do best.
Thank you. On the issue of cutting down the international trips that our leaders make, first of all, it's not just an issue of cutting the cost of people traveling. What the only cost that should be reduced is unnecessary travels, but some things cannot be avoided. Take, for example, we should be in a position to say here, which trip, though the current president has made so many trips internationally, which trip do we think was unnecessary? I've been following
the delegation.
Almost all.
The delegation.
We can't hear you, Mzarendo.
Can you hear me?
You are still muted.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you if you are talking.
Then there's something else. Just go on. Just go on. Just go on.
Oh, sorry. I know. I'm the one I connected with the radio and then I switched off the radio. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What I was saying is that, you know, there is a whole entourage in the presidential trip. Yeah, in the presidential trip. All this, sometimes you only need your AD and your bodyguard and maybe 1 or 2 people for a presidential trip. But you find that you have 40 people going in a presidential flight, maybe to France, with no business that they're going to conduct on that particular day. It is only the president that was invited, and it comes with a whole delegation. This delegation, they have to be given travel allowances. They have to be paid a lot of money for those particular trips.
Why can't they stay in a 3-star hotel? I mean, like, who is looking for a Kenyan? They can stay in a hotel.
Yes, and they are paid a lot of money. They are paid a lot of money during these trips. Those trips are what we are talking about. The president could be having a conference that is so necessary, but there are other places that he can do a Zoom meeting. We saw it happening during COVID time, and even excuse himself, especially when he's not giving a maiden speech on that particular occasion. So there are things that we can cut down, and let us not defend the indefensible. All right, you live in the first world. You see how they are doing their stuff. When Biden is going for a foreign trip, or the UK Prime Minister, you see the delegation is limited to a few individuals. Now, these Africans that travel with 60, 40 people in a presidential jet to come to France or to come to America, it is unnecessary.
They bring nothing back. They are bringing nothing back, because all these trips they have gone, they have brought nothing back. They've been going those trips for the last 10 years. We still have the same. I just talked to where my grandmother comes from, and I was sad to know they are still drinking water from the river. That is a crime against humanity. I want to see Ruto go there and accept to drink a cup of water that has been fetched from the river, or that it has rained and the water has come from the roof. How can you?
You are talking about your village. Talk about places like Embakasi, just within the CBD. They can't access clean water from Nairobi City Council. We have a governor, we have an MP, we have an MCA, we have a women rep, we have a senator, and we have a president and a deputy president. All these leaders, and they're all in the CBD.
And they are not talking about. And they are not talking about it. Also, they've given fertilizer. When they gave fertilizer, I came on this show and said, apart from fertilizer, where I come from, they are like monkeys. They are called Vero. They come, they eat all your food. So if you give me fertilizer and you don't fix that problem, then what use is that fertilizer from? That place has an MCA, it has an MP, it has a senator, and it has a governor. They are receiving huge amounts of money. I have not had them bring any bill in parliament to fix that pest. So all the people in that village buy food because their food has been eaten by those pests, by those animals. And so they have a problem. So when I was small, we were able to go to the farm and to actually eat the produce. Now they have to buy food because those barrows eat their produce. So even if they are given fertilizer, they can't produce. Yet their leaders are not talking for them. Then they keep going on this, and then some of those leaders are going for these overseas trips. You see, they are joking with our money. Let me tell you this, I had forgotten to say. When they have the next mandamano, if this finance bill passes, anybody who is against paying the 1.5. Anybody who is against the rise in, they should pack their bag and go for the MAANDAMANO and stay there until something happens, and not go back home and come another day. Go there and stay a week, a month if it takes. Let them lose. And the government will not get you say, I'm not going to, they will not take my money. So go into the street and stay there. Don't go to work. If 90% of the people refuse to go to work, they will do something about it. Period.
All right, Ashley. Mburu, you have got 30 seconds.
Now, Zarendo, no, you took my time. You
All right,
spoke
I can add you. I can add you another 30 seconds. I can add you a minute.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was saying, what we should condemn is not our leaders traveling. As far as I'm concerned, I've been following the trips that the president has been making. They are very necessary to the country, and not only to Kenya, but also to the whole of Africa. And just to take you back on the issue you were discussing about the percentage of the money that the president was agitating to get money and then pay after a long period of time. The president was not only talking about Kenya. The problem, the president was talking about fixing the problem that has been there for a long time, whereby the countries of Africa has been disadvantaged by the system of borrowing, the IMF and the World Bank and other institutions, because they see Africa as a risky place to put your money, so they give higher rates, whereby sometimes the president was saying that they increase up to 50% as compared to other developed countries like US and UK. So the president is agitating to have a fair system whereby Africa will be seen or will be in a position to borrow money just like any other country. Somebody said that as long as we borrow from IMF and World Bank, we shall always be like somehow colonized. But I want to disagree with us that sentiment, because World Bank leads to all the people, all the countries. Even you, Jakes, if Zarendo, if you qualify economically to a certain level, you can even borrow money from World Bank. So what I'm trying to say is the kind of a fight that the president has put with IMF and World Bank should be supported by all people, because what he is saying, Africa, we have been disadvantaged. Africa, we have been oppressed for a very long time.
I want to interject, Mburu.
Yes.
Do you know about the credit system in America? If you have a low rating, you get unfavorable, you get a high interest rate. If you have a high rating, you get, and it is the same. Africa has a low rating. And if you look, in fact, the evidence that is coming out from the very Kenya that Ruto is talking from disadvantages us more, because it is saying that we are borrowing money, but we are not using it for the purpose that it is supposed to be used. If your creditor knows that, listen, if your creditor knows that, you become even more disadvantaged, because then you are a risk. And it is true, we are a risk. So if he wants to be respected, he has to do the right thing. He has to behave the way a person with an A credit rating should, responsibly. And we have not as a country, because one, we are taking money in the illegal way. We are not going through the right channels. Second, even when we get the money, it is not going to the project. It is going to pay debts. Our creditors know that. So yes, we are a high risk. And for that reason, we get high rates. If we change our habits, we will get the rates that we deserve.
But you see, where you are going wrong, Ashley, is because that's not how we do the ratings. Because the rating is checked on how you are able to pay or not able to pay. So if you don't pay your loans, then you become you are rated low. If you are able to pay,
we have the threat of
goes up.
The loans, and the not going to pay is because they are dead.
The other problem, Ashley, is that who rated Africa and said we are high risk? Who rated us? Who did the rating?
If you go online, it is called the Moody Do you know what it's called? Zalendo, Moody something. Moody.
So
it's one of the rating companies. It is like Equifax. There's something that like Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. There is one for the world.
So,
and one of them is called Moody.
Moody, I know Moody. I've seen it.
So,
they were saying in 2017, I usually say I supported Baba, and I will tell you one reason. One reason at that time, our credit rating was not that bad, but it was being lowered. And the reason it was being lowered is because they were saying we are borrowing loans, but those loans, when they look at the revenue, we don't have revenue to generate enough to pay back the loans. So that is one of the reasons that they were saying we are a high risk. They explain. So we need to get that information. They are not just discriminating on basis of race. The person who is doing the race baiting is Ruto. And before he does that, he should look in the mirror. That is the problem.
you see, Ashley, if you look at the response, when Ruto gives his speech, it will tell you that a large number of people agree with him that Africa has been disadvantaged, not because of rating, but because the sentiment or the notion of Africa being a low or developing country, the colonialism mindset of other people has never gone away. They still look for ways of controlling Africa. And that is what the president was talking about. That right now, we don't just want to be told what to do. We want to be on the table. We don't want just to accept things that have been set by others. We have to be included in setting those procedures and rules. That is the kind of a president that that is the kind of a let me finish. That is the kind of a president that Africa has lacked for a long time. Somebody who is able to look where is the problem and talk about it. I truly support how President Ruto has been able to brought it out to the world that we cannot continue the same and something has to be changed. And I mean that I totally agree with him.
You know,
I agree with you, Zarendo. The sitting allowances in Kenya.
Oh.
Yeah, Mzarendo, you said you talked about this.
Yes. Mburu, you are hanging up. I think network, shida network kidogo.
We should not fix this. If oh yeah, network, yes. If Baba is demonstrating or telling people to go on the streets to add things like the sitting allowances, that takes a lot of money. And sometimes these sittings, they are not controlled. If you give people room, for instance, there was a time a certain company, it had told people, so long as you have some work you're doing in the office, you'll be paid the overtime. And people made sure after 5 they have something they are doing in the office because they want the overtime. You see? So if you tell people, if you have meetings, we're going to pay you sitting allowances. They will make sure they have meetings. They will make sure they have reasons to meet. So I don't know. Some of these things should come to an end because we
should come. I mean,
you know,
those small structured committees that these parliamentarians sit, they should discuss those things on the floor of the house so that people can listen to what they are discussing. Some of these things that we are debating here, like the issue.
However, the CRC and the increment of salaries. You know, CRC is not to check on salaries. They have procedures, they have their systems, they have their ways of doing things that some of these things we are not aware of. They increase salaries after considering so many factors. That's their work, and that's why we pay them. So we cannot then come and start criticizing.
You know, Mburu, this CRC has been threatened.
They are just
Has been threatened by the parliamentarians. If they don't do this, they are removing them from that particular position, and they can do it. So most of the time, you justify for me why a member of parliament who gets a CDF of 200 million gets a salary of 1 million. They are recommending 1 million for the MP, and also there are also the sitting allowances for an MP who is from Nairobi, who gets mileage allowance to go to work, analipwa kwenda kazini, analipwa milioni almost 1.5 million every month. Every month analipwa, wengine analipwa 500, wengine 1 million, and they are just within the CBD. Wewe hata kama wewe Buru unaishi Karen, unaishi Runda, ni kiasi gani ya mafuta that will justify the CRC or parliament to pay you every month 500,000? Sisi ni wajinga, and then we are here on the show saying it is just okay, it is justified. How? It is not justified, it is illegal, and that should stop. This kind of whatever CRC is doing to appease our legislators, it is something that should stop, especially in a country like Kenya, where we know the GDP, the kind of salaries that we are paying our legislators is something way beyond the normal standards of other MPs throughout the world. So this is something that they need to look into. And on that particular note, unless Ashley, you have got something to say?
I think you summed it up well, so I'll not say anything.
Oh, thank you very much, Ashley, for being part of the show. Tomorrow, again, get hooked up. Make sure you come in early enough. We want on a weekend or like Sunday like this, we want to end it early because tomorrow, some of us are having a early morning. Angela Blake, I can see you. You say Nuro Kanga, Aishimu Gaucho. I would want to tell you that Gaucho is only looking at a way of negotiating with the government. He had started on a very good note by saying that it's not the Azimio or UDA. That was a negotiating point. But when he backed down, he's going to be swallowed by the big dogs. So that one is out. I can see who else is there. Gitash kama kawaida. Alex and Kenya Rebel, you have gone back to the comment section. Whatever you are discussing, you should have discussed it here. Stop hiding in the comment section. Whatever you are saying is so important. The people of Kenya need to listen to you on the platform and on the screen. So, but anyway, all the same, asante sana Black for being part of the show. Rhoda was here earlier, asante sana. Who else was here earlier? We had Mr. President coming in. Mr. President, are you still there? We had Mr. President coming in. I hope he's still on the background listening. We appreciate you coming, and please come each and every day. This is our country. We will keep on discussing the issues as they arise. We have been having this discussion since Jake took a sabbatical. We hope that he comes back very, very soon. Jakes, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. As I told you, your shoes is very, very hard to fit. I appreciate the guys who are doing commentary. It is something that is so hard to do. We do it 5 hours every day. That's a lot of time. We appreciate everybody who has been giving us company throughout the show. Thank you, Alex, for being part of the show. Geoffrey, we are Mburu. You want to come back and say something, or you just remembered something, Geoffrey?
No. You know, my internet went off.
Oh yeah, it went off when I was giving you a small lecture. Where it went off exactly when I was telling you you must behave like a patriot. You must behave like a patriot. Put your country
Yes.
forward. Some of these leaders are doing the wrong thing. When they do the wrong thing, let us call them out. If Ruto is doing a bad thing, call him out. When Raila Odinga
But you see,
is going astray, we will also call him out. So that is why
but you
we
see,
have this
Mr.
one.
Rendo, what you may see as a bad thing, it might not be a bad thing. You say what you see, I say what I see.
No.
So
I always say, Buru, when you live abroad like yourself, you have to have a cautious. You have to know how devolution works. You have to know how government is run. You have to know how lean.
yes, I do.
You have to know how services are provided. You have to know what is going wrong in our country that we can fix. This is an opportunity that we have to take back home. But if we are playing to the gallery, we are playing to what they are doing, and sometimes they're doing the wrong thing. I always say that we said it from the beginning that Ruto is a transitional president, putting us in the right trajectory. Yeah.
So, Mzalendo, yes, I had talked about SRC. What did you say about that? Because for me, I believe these are people. These are the people.
This SRC is a body that was constituted to look into specifically the parliamentarian salaries and other senior positions. But SRC, what it has been doing in parliament is that each and every time our legislators want a salary increment and SRC refuses that, hey, we can't afford this as a country at this particular moment, they threatened to remove the chairman of SRC from that seat. And sooner or later, through the back door, unasikia. But as we speak right now, our MPs have been added salary. Did you know that? As we were busy,
if I may ask,
we were busy debating, did you know that they got an increment from SRC?
That's what I am saying, Mr. Mzalendo.
And what is informing
for me, for me, I'm always very cautious. I don't talk what I cannot substantiate, because when we say they are threatened, we don't have a way of proving that actually these people increased the salary because they were threatened. Unless we have such information.
I am telling you, this happened in the floor of the house. People, the MPs were just saying literally that tutakutoa kwa hiyo kiti kama huwezi tuongeza mshahara.
So we should not be condemning the SRC, then we should be condemning the parliamentarians whom we vote ourselves. Because Mzalendo, if you have a job, and you don't have any other job, and this is your job, and I'm your boss, because in this case it seems like the parliament is their boss, and they're telling you you have to do this. If you don't do this, you're gonna lose your job. That problem is not the SRC, because the SRC give the best proposal professionally, but then it is quashed by the parliament. So we should focus in criticizing our members of parliament until they start behaving well.
I have
people see things differently.
I have never seen SRC, the commission, saying that we are facing hard economic times. We can't increase your salaries at this particular moment. You'll have to wait. Ever since that commission was formed, it has always been increasing salaries. Ikienda mbele.
Did you listen to their submission? Because I listened to that lady when she was making her submission. That actually the increment that has brought a lot of heat in the country, she said it was supposed to take place 10 years ago. Then they were told to wait. They have been waiting. doing a lot of research and a lot of work, and then they are told, now you cannot do it at this time. So anyway, I listened to them, and to some extent I said, oh, they also have a point. So what I'm saying, let us not sacrifice them or crucify them for their job. What we should do is, our registratures, who have more power than SRC, they are the ones who cause things to go the way they go, because they have the power even to put down laws, to decide how salaries are supposed to be handled in Kenya. Because the salaries in Kenya take almost all our taxes. What should be done? If Parliament today decide they can fix that problem, they can. Yeah. Anyway, let's end the show.
All right, Buru, on that high note, Parliament has got an obligation to fix so many things. And now that you've added them the salaries, they cannot fix their own salaries. If they fix their own salaries, then you will find parliamentarians going home with 20 million per month. And they will justify why they need to earn that 20 million per month. So the body SRC was created by the same parliament to regulate the salaries of state officers. If they're not doing their job, or if they're doing their job perfectly, then they're within the law. But they also they should also look at the country's economy.
We should have a law protecting SRC from the registratures.
Yes, now you are talking.
But if we have the SRCs and the parliamentarians have the power to vote against them, then how can they act against them? They need to be protected. Because even if we get another chairperson, he or she will face the same problem.
The predecessor faced the same problem.
Exactly.
She's called Lynn Cherop. Lynn Cherop, I hope that you are listening. You act on behalf of Kenyans. You have a code of conduct and that you signed into. You need to protect the interest of the people of Kenya and the constitution that gives you that office. On that note, viewers and listeners all over the world, it is 9:15 where I am. Marekani ni saa 3:15 ndio tunatamatisha kipindi ya leo. Tumefikisha masaa 5 na dakika 21 na sekundi 35 tukiwa na Geoffrey Mburu na wengineo, kina Ashley wale walikuwa hapo beleni, kina Black, kina Kenya Rebel, kina the president, kina wale kwa comment, kina Jakes, once again, thank you for coming. Make sure that you come each and every day. We like your wisdom. We like the way you control the show. And we hope that whatever you are doing will come to ease so that you can join us in the panel. Thank you very much, listeners. Thank you very much, the guys who have been keeping us locked on the commentary section. And I hope to see you tomorrow. God bless you and have a blessed week ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, listeners. Thank you very much, viewers. Asanteni sana. Adios.